Anna Smith,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia, yes. Here. Christine Maurer,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Francesca Romans,
Here.
Paul Gautier.
Here.
It is 6:17, and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. First up on our agenda tonight is one of our favorite, is a spotlight on learning and recognition. What? Oh my gosh, y'all, I'm sorry, I'm not reading the right thing, sorry. Can we start over? We're gonna do our opening ceremony. Thank you, Christine. It is my pleasure to welcome Cadet Master Sergeant Trevor Swanson of the Air Force JROTC at Leander High School, go Lions, to lead the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge this evening. Cadet Swanson is a junior at Leander High School and a third-year cadet in the AFJROTC. He is the AFJROTC Logistics Non-Commissioned Officer in charge of all supplies and uniform items for over 100 cadets. In his free time, Trevor enjoys being physically active and aspires to be a pilot. Well done, Cadet Master Sergeant Swanson.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you will join me for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
And now we will go to our favorite portion of the agenda, and it is our Spotlight on Learning, and it is with Henry Middle School. And to kick it off, we have a video from our Henry Middle School.
good evening. My name is David Ellis. I'm the principal of Henry Middle School, and I'm so excited to be able to share our honor band with you today. Before I turn it over to the kids, I want to let everybody know we were named State Honor Band again this year. That is a huge accomplishment. You record in, you submit it blind. It gets judged at region. The top 2 go to various areas. Top 2 go to state preliminaries. Top 2 then go to state finals, where there's 10 bands that are, again, every step along the way is blind judged. We won, Henry Middle School won State Honor Band. Now, what you may not know is that once you win State Honor Band, you don't get to compete again for 4 years because they don't want the same bands to win over and over again. No band in the history of the state of Texas at any level ever has won State Honor Band 4 times in a row until Henry Middle School won it for the 4th time this summer. So that is 16 years of excellence due to our directors, our awesome students, our private lesson teachers, and of course our parents. So this, I want to introduce our head band director, Robert Harris. If you please introduce the kids, I think you want to ask them a question.
Seated next to me is Phoebe George. She's an 8th grade French horn player, and this is Andrew Tudtud. He is an 8th grade trumpet player, both of whom were in the video that you just saw as 7th graders, so they got to have that awesome performance. So I just have one question for the both of you this evening, and that is, both of you have been in band for 3 years now. So can you tell us how band has affected your life and what it means to you, and how has it affected you both in and outside of the classroom?
So band has affected me by letting me know how good band is for communicating to each other. We now know how to work together, and we built a skill teamwork.
Band has really affected my life. I've come to class with a smile. I've come to school ready for band, and I just love the kids that I just surround with, and they're all my friends. This teaches me all the teamwork, all the compassionate and heartfelt things.
Mr. Herrings, you've been at Henry Middle School and at LISD, this is your 21st year, so quite a long time. You could actually go down to 6th Street if you were a human being. So, with your 21 years, why are you in band and why are you in middle school?
Music is very powerful. I think it goes well beyond teaching notes and rhythms on a page. Music saved my life. And one of the things that my staff, and I work with Catherine Norris and Samuel Summer, both of them are fantastic educators, but we love the kids. And at the core of what we do is we believe in teaching the whole child. Yes, we're going to give them all the things and all of music and notes, rhythms, all that. But what's more important is giving them those life lessons that are going to help them well beyond our classroom and when they become adults and they face the real world. The other thing that we really focus on is the journey. It doesn't matter about the outcome. And yes, you can look at us and you can say, well, you've won X amount of times, and you can say, yes, it's not about the outcome. Well, it's really not. We talk to the students about, think about where you start and where you end. It's the journey through the process that determines really the outcome, but the outcome is we just want to get to that destination. Are you better the day after from the day before? And I think that's one of the things that our students really love. My favorite part is that they love band. They don't want to leave our classroom. The friendships and the community that we are fortunate enough to foster and be around go well beyond, the walls of the band hall. And I also think that our students are great students in the school, and when you see a band kid, you know a band kid when they're walking around the building. And we have a million great kids at Henry Middle School and those that are involved in many, many organizations, but our band kids are just really special and true to our hearts at Henry Middle School.
So thank you for letting us come share our music with you, and we appreciate all your support you do for our schools and in the fine arts in particular. Thank you.
Wait. Stevie, Andrew, and the rest of the Henry Band members that are back there, thank y'all for coming tonight. We really appreciate y'all being here, but also we would love to get a picture with y'all. It is 6:31, and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted. No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cue it right now. It wasn't on, here we go. And now we will go to a video celebrating National School Lunch Week and National School Bus Safety Week.
First off, I want to say how thankful and blessed I am to have such a wonderful, wonderful staff of everyday heroes working with me in the child nutrition department. I've had the opportunity to, work alongside with each and every one of our ladies and gentlemen that serve the students of Leander ISD. And I'm always taken back by the sacrifices that they make on a daily basis just to provide the meal service that they do for the students. They do it with compassion and also just with an energy that is barely seen, in the staff members. So I'm thankful for each and every one of them that show up every day to feed the kids, because I can't feed 42,000 students. Yet every day they come in and they clean, they sanitize, they cook hundreds of pounds of meat, and they understand the passion that we have for our students and our meal services. So I'm humbled and thankful yet again to each and every one of them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tracy Franco, and I'm just here to let everybody know what a fantastic transportation group we have here in Leander ISD. They work hard, from the drivers, monitors, the crossing guards, people behind the scenes in the shop, in the routing department. I mean, we all worked hard together to make everything run smoothly. I just really want to say how dedicated these drivers and monitors and crossing guards and everybody is here to help support the students of Leander. They really make a difference whether they know it or not. That's what our goal really is here, to impact the students' lives, to get them ready for school every day. We like to say we are the first and last class of the day, because we start their days with a smile, with a good morning, and we end their days with a smile and a good afternoon, see you tomorrow. So I just can't express how proud and how humbled I am by all the people that work together to create this wonderful transportation department. I just want to say thank you to all of them.
We love our CNF staff and our transportation staff. And now we'll go into closed session. Nope. Give me 1 second. Wait. It is now 6:34, and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identified information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551074, superintendent summative evaluation. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of elementary school number 30. No action will be taken in closed. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session.
Mic check 1 2, test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Yep.
It is 9 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. We will now move to our citizens' comments of the evening, and we have a video to play for you.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, my mother's favorite child, as they pursue their mission to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizen Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED local specify guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you're presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in the board meetings either by watching them or you might see some in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be difficult, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speaker number 1.
%16 of teens, more than 4 million, had at least one depressive episode in 2022. 3 in 5 teens received no mental health treatment or support. And from 2020 to 2021, there was a 20% increase in overdose deaths in teens, rising to 1,146 deaths. My name is Christian Swint, and I am a 2023 Leander High School graduate. I am here today to speak on the mental health crisis among the student population, and not just the Leander Independent School District, but as well as the nation. The question I have for you today is, I want to know, what is the school district doing about the teen mental health crisis? Teen mental health is very important to me because I have both seen and heard situations where students struggled with their own mental health, whether they felt like they didn't feel loved, they weren't cared, or some even believing they needed to commit suicide, and that was the way to go. As an Eagle Scout, I decided as my Eagle project to create a program at Leander High School, a program called Students Taking Action for Mental Positivity, which raises awareness for teen mental health and also to make it a direct impact on the student population. Whenever I created this program, I did get district and school approval, but this past summer I discovered that one of the big parts of the program was taken away and removed off the walls of the school.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2. Speaker number 2. All right, we're going to go to speaker number 3.
First thing, it's freezing in here, so I don't know if you can fix that. My word. You agree. All right, good evening. I'm Jennifer Craven in 90 seconds. I want to provide some public feedback about the experience of being on the CBAS committee and what resulted in the current report that you'll be able to hear about some more of that tonight. Overall, it was a good committee. I think that Brenda and Sarah did a great job with this. It was one of the committees that I felt like actually was very useful and organized. In presenting the data, I think it's important to note the limitations and transparency, and I hope Brenda will address some of these things tonight. First is that the name community-based. I was surprised to learn that there were technically 21 non-Leander employees on the committee because there were really only a couple of us who consistently showed up, and you can look at the sign-in sheets, so I don't know if that's representative of the full community. The campus goals on page 27, our high school, where we've been for 6 years, has the same focus over and over. So it actually has become a weakness at that school, so I think that needs to be considered. If I were to say that I need to focus on active listening, As you guys know, I've been a psychologist for a couple of decades. That wouldn't be that big of a challenge for me. So I think that needs to be reconsidered, what they are choosing. And that brings us to also the topic of what are our goals. There isn't one when I asked, and so if we're not aiming for whether it's 70% or 80%, then we're going to get less by human nature. And as you know, the survey numbers are very small. So getting the survey responded to is going to be more important. All right, thanks.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Speaking. Good evening, members on the board. I should have known. How are you tonight? I read an article where Bruce was quoted as saying that he thought it would be a danger to this country that we share the public treasury with other forms and very diligent forms of public education. You know, having public in your name doesn't necessarily mean that you get full and unfettered access to our kids or our money. The government doesn't have any money, it's our money. Isn't that right, Bruce? So how is it that it could be dangerous to our country? And by the way, you're from South Africa, right? So they do have issues over there about things that are dangerous. How is it that could be dangerous to our country? I don't understand that. I'm missing something there. 30 other states have done this. We, the parents, would like to have a little bit of independence, and you apparently believe in the, almost like the Berlin Wall theory, that, you know, it's great in the Eastern Germany side, why would anybody want to escape? I'm sorry. Some people actually don't like what's offering across this country in the public schools.
Okay, thank you, speaker number 4. Speaker number 5. Speaker number 5. That concludes our citizens' comment of the evening. What is going on? Okay. All right, board members, we are going to move down to 7C1, discussion of the annual demographic report. Oh, Pasa, we've been waiting for you. I do have a question for y'all. As you're given your presentation, would you like for us to ask questions in between the presentation, or would you like to give us a stop and go? Or would you like us to hold the questions till after your presentation?
It's up to you.
Okay, board. Oh, I have the list. Don't worry, we got this. All right, no, it's y'all's go. Go ahead.
Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gearing, Dr. Stacy Tapera and Ms. Angela Fritz is here tonight to give our annual update for the 2023 demographic update. And so they'll present it and hopefully answer lots of questions.
Thank you. We are happy to be here tonight. This is our, okay, very good. We're going to start off tonight with some general demographic trends about the district, similar to what you have seen in the past. So in the Austin metro area, Leander ranks second for the number of students that have been added to the school district over the past 5 years, with almost 3,400 students being added over the past 5 years. This graph shows the enrollment over the past several years, 10 years, in Leander. I draw your attention to the slope of the increase between 2013 and about 2019. And as you will recall, those were years of high growth in Leander ISD. Then, of course, the fall of 2020 was the COVID year where everyone dropped in enrollment. But then I'd like you to notice in the years since COVID, we have had a stabilizing or a reduction in the growth. The district is still growing, but it's not growing as fast as it was before COVID. And so now that we have a few years to begin to start seeing the new trends, we're seeing this leveling off of growth. Now, why is this happening? For a number of reasons that we will talk about here in a few minutes. One of the factors that we take into account in our projections is what will the incoming kindergarten class look like each year as far as size, and one of the indicators of that is the birth rate 5 years prior. So I draw your attention to the yellow line on top. That is the historical enrollment in Leander ISD of kindergartners. The years along the bottom are the year of kindergarten enrollment. Now, those years of enrollment are lined up with the births that happened 5 years prior. So the birth line, which is maroon, is shifted 5 years to line up with the year that those babies will enter kindergarten. And so the dotted line is current. So we know that the difference between these two lines, so the difference between the top line and the bottom line, is the net in-migration of families with babies who have been born somewhere else and now they live in Leander and then they start kindergarten in Leander ISD. The dotted line again represents this year currently, so the maroon line to the right of the dotted line represents all the babies that have been born to mothers within zip codes in Leander ISD in the past 4 years. Those are actual babies born, actual counted children. We don't have a yellow line to the right of the dotted line because they haven't entered kindergarten yet. So we can tell from that uptick at the very far right of the district that there has been an uptick in the number of babies born to mothers in Leander ISD as a whole. Now that varies from zip code to zip code dramatically, but that uptick we will talk about, we'll refer back to this several times because in about 4 or 5 years, that's going to result in a slight increase in the kindergarten enrollment. So the first things that we look at in our studies are current and past trends, where students live now and where they have lived in the past. The first step of this is to geocode every student by their place of residence. That means to place every student on the map as a dot. These are students that are enrolled in Leander ISD. They come from your database with their addresses to put on a map. These are not estimates, these are actual enrolled students this year and every year prior since we've been working for the district. So the areas in maroon the maroon dots are current students where they live right now, and laid on top of those are the light colored sort of beige dots, and that represents the students from 3 years ago. The only place that you can see maroon peeking out from underneath the beige are areas where students live now, but they didn't live there 3 years ago. And so you can see the areas of growth, primarily in the north part of the district. It's important that we use these geocoded students as the baseline for all of our analysis, where students actually lived in the past and currently. Since we have each student as a dot on the map, we know how many students live in each neighborhood, and we have people who count how many houses are in each neighborhood. So we can develop a ratio of students per house for every neighborhood in Leander ISD. Overall, when we sum them all together, the single-family houses in Leander have an average of 0.53 students per home and about 0.24 students per apartment unit. Over the years, since 2012, both of these ratios have declined a bit as students age out, students graduate, but are not necessarily replaced with younger students, such that now the district-wide average is 0.53 students per unit in single-family homes. However, that's the district-wide average, and that varies greatly in different parts of the district. So this illustrates some of the master plan communities and the counts of students per home for each of these master plan communities and how that has changed over time. So you can see that some neighborhoods are more dense with students per home and some are less dense, but the district-wide average currently is 0.53. I get asked a lot in this district by this board about regeneration. new students moving out, students graduating, and when will those homes turn over and be sold to younger families with students? And what is that going to look like? And so it's a really complicated measure, and so I've tried to distill it down to this slide to try to explain what's happening. So these numbers represent all of the students that are currently living in houses, well, currently and in the past, living in houses that were built before 2012. So that population of houses is stable across these years, and we're counting how many dots on that map are in these homes that were built before 2012, wherever that is in the district. Now, you can see that most years had a net gain of student cohorts. So if you look at a second grade population and then the next year look at the third grade population, there are more students. That is regeneration. That is, in these homes that were built before 2012, there are no new homes being added to this, but if there are more third graders this year than there were second graders last year, that is regeneration. That is more students moving in than moved out or graduated. Now, if you look at the total of the students living in these houses, that is going down by 5,000 students over this time period since 2018. So the total student population in these existing homes built before 2012 is declining, but there is regeneration happening. The second grade to the third grade is growing slightly. So how does this happen? It's because of that kindergarten class. Look at the very top row. That kindergarten class entering kindergarten each year is smaller and smaller and smaller. And so at the bottom, you see kindergarten versus 12th. Those new kindergartners move in, the 12th graders graduate. If there are more 12th graders graduating last year than the kindergartners moving in this year, then there is going to be a decline. And so you can see the order of magnitude of the aging of this population. They're losing about 1,000 students in this example, compared to the regeneration is gaining 100 or 200 students. It's also really important to note that as I said, regeneration is happening. It's gaining in this subset on the order of 100 or 200 students every year. But we'll talk in a little bit about new housing. This is not anywhere close to the number of students that are gained by new housing. So this board has been famous for asking me, when is regeneration going to start? Regeneration is here, it's starting. It will never produce the number of students that new housing will or did in the past. Okay? Another really important factor that we take into account in our projections are charter schools. So in this graph, between 2015 and currently, charter schools have pulled an additional 2,100 students out of Leander ISD schools. There are 6 charter schools right now that are currently pulling that are enrolling residents who live in Leander ISD. Those 6 charter schools did not exist in 2019. They're not all located in the district, but they are pulling students out of Leander according to the TEA transfer data that we can request. In addition to those 6 that have been built between 2019 and 2023, we know of 4 new charter schools and 1 new charter expansion that are planned within the Leander boundaries in the next 5 years. These schools could pull an additional 2,000 students out of Leander ISD. So what has happened this year, 2 new charter schools opened in the district. Basis Cedar Park opened with kindergarten through 9th grade, and they enrolled almost 1,000 students in their first year. That's their highest enrollment of any Basis school in their history. The previous Basis schools enrolled about 200 or 300 in the first year and added each year. So 1,000 students and you can see Basis Cedar Park is right there in the center of the district. And so we estimate that it pulled about 800 students out of Leander ISD schools. Valor Leander also opened a temporary campus in a former daycare facility up in the Leander portion of the district. They opened with K through 8 and had a smaller population, but are intending to grow. And they are planning a new campus up in the very far north of the district that you can see on the map. That is planned to open in 2025, and so it's included in our projections, the difference in population shifts, who will be attending those two campuses, or when that campus moves. In addition to that new campus, we know that Harmony Charter System owns land on Hero Way. IDEA owns property at Baghdad and New Hope, or Hero Way in Baghdad. And Great Hearts also owns property down in Cedar Park. And so we have included those future charter schools in our projections to pull students out of Leander ISD. Also, I didn't mention that Basis is planning another campus somewhere in Leander or the Leander area, although we don't at this time know exactly where. But as soon as that becomes known, it will be important because of the speed at which they filled their Cedar Park campus this year. So of these new charters that we are anticipating, we have projected the number of students that they will pull out of Leander ISD, and that is an important factor in the data that we have prepared here. So at this point, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Angela to talk a little bit about the economy and housing, and then I'll wrap back up with more discussion about student projections.
All right, so good evening. We're going to start with a little just of the broad context that we consider when we're looking at new housing projections for the projection period looking forward about 10 years. It's no surprise to anybody in this room the amount of shifts and changes we've gone through in the greater national economy, especially relative to interest rates and the housing market since the pandemic and COVID. And then looking today in 2023, 2024, where our interest rates are now. So all of the effects of trying to dampen inflation have had some of the desired outcome, in that mortgage rates have increased significantly and slowed the housing market a great deal. So while we were looking at really robust housing market in 2020 and 2021, it has definitely been cooling since early to mid 2022. And interest rates are definitely driving the inventory down, especially in existing homes. We know now that a higher proportion of new homes are selling. Builders have figured out how to move their product, and the effect of interest rates on the new housing market, many have figured out how to overcome and still incentivize people to get back in the market and purchase. It's had almost exactly the opposite effect for existing homes, which Stacy will talk about a little bit later when we also talk about regeneration later in students. But when you look at the chart here and look at the difference in a 3% interest rate potentially, and now an interest rate that's hovering closer to 8%, these are your principal and interest payments only. You can see the decisions that existing homeowners are probably considering if they're looking at changing homes, as well as new homeowners are having to make different decisions in their housing purchases as well. So this is the changed context we're looking at moving into this projection period moving forward. We know sales are down across the state, as well as in kind of the Austin metro area, and we know that those things are shifting between existing and new homes as well. So if we dig a little deeper into the existing home data and look at multiple listing service data information, approximately 9% of existing homes in Leander sold in 2020 to 2021, and that's compared to 6% that were sold in 2022, 2023. And the MLS shows an approximately 27% drop in existing home resales in the last year just in Leander ISD versus a 23% decline across the Austin area. So we estimate that in Leander that means there were about 1,200 fewer homes that resold in the last 12 months compared to the previous year. So to Stacy's kind of regeneration point earlier, obviously if less homes are being resold, there's a decline in the opportunities for regeneration that might happen with younger families moving in and purchasing homes that perhaps students are graduating from previously. We're going to compare very quickly these new housing occupancies that were projected in the last study versus what we see, the actual occupancies as we lead into this year's study. We estimated that the actual occupancies for last school year were approximately just a little over 2,100 new housing occupancies, and that's nearly exactly equal to the 2,198 we projected. So the number of housing projections was on. That's important. We did downturn a little bit last year relative to the change in the housing market. Treviso added the most number of new occupancies last year at just over 200, and we were just about spot on with the total number of students overall there in Treviso for student projections. And your largest gains in other subdivisions in the district included Larkspur, Divine Lake, Deerbrook, Horizon Lake, Bryson, Orchard Ridge, and Parkside on the river, which each added a little over 100 occupancies each for a total of about 1,000. There were a few areas that did not start to occupy as we projected, but those are all projected to start in this next school year. So just a quick overview of single family. Overall, your projected new housing occupancies, just to reinforce, this is homes or units, not students from new housing, but just the homes themselves. A little over 18,000, or about 55%, are single family projected across the next 10 years. Almost 15,000 multifamily units, or about 45%. Those proportions are similar to previous. And then a few age restricted. Of course, we don't project students from age restricted, but we like to understand where they are and what's happening. And then just a very few manufactured homes continuing there as well. So total projected new housing occupancies is just over 33,500 for the projection period. Real quick, if we drill into single family projections, these are your 5 developments over the 10-year period with the largest number of projections. The first is Treviso. No surprise there as it continues to build out. They have about 1,300 occupancies remaining, and every portion or all the neighborhoods in Treviso have begun with the exception of kind of a final section of estate lots around the golf course. So Treviso is projected to build out towards the end of the projection period around year 8. Parkside on the river has about 638 units remaining. It continues to build out rapidly in the very far northeastern section of the district. We have some future development here. The Burleson Ranches tracks around Aiken Elementary and Stiles Middle Schools are really primed for single-family development. There's not any known plans there right now, but that is a tract that makes a lot of sense for development in the very near future, and so we've begun to project a single family there on those tracks with 600 units in the projection period. Rosenbush Ranch by D.R. Horton, that is underway, and they have just over 500 lots total, and that's projected to be built out in the planning period. And then Edgewood by M.I. Homes will add another 378 housing units. If we look at neighborhood codes and how the projections play out over the 10 years for single family across the neighborhood codes, this is a little bit different map than maybe you're used to seeing in years previous. Your first map to your left is year 1, and it progresses across the 10-year period as you move to the right and then down to the second level. So the first map is year 1. The second is years 1 through 4, and then years 1 through 7, and years 1 through 10. So you can really see kind of how the projections play out geographically across the district. And this will correlate more closely with the detail you have in your full report for the housing projections by neighborhood code, and then also your development overview map grid is in there as well. Okay, and multifamily is the last piece that we'll talk about here. We'll do a real quick review of last year's projections versus actual. So we had projected about 750 occupancies in multifamily last year, and we actually only saw close to 600. This is reflective of some changes in the market for multifamily. We know that vacancy rates have increased across the metro area from about 7.5% to a little over 9%. That is consistent with some other major metros in Texas, but we also know that specifically kind of Leander, Georgetown market area may have seen an even greater vacancy rate also, all of which indicate kind of a correction in the market, potentially in the coming years. So that being said, we did soften our multifamily projections a little bit, especially in the latter years of the projection period. However, we are still projecting 15,000 multifamily units, and that is because there are 15 complexes currently that are either leasing up or under construction, and those complexes are expected to add nearly 4,000 units in the next 5 years, and you'll see that here on the next slide. We are 2 slides from now, and we've listed on the left what those complexes are that are currently developing. Then this geographically is intended to show kind of the impact across time. Your red colors on this map show the complexes that are either leasing up or under construction. So those are the ones that are definitely in the pipeline and that are on their way now. Your blue is planned, and your beige is future, or areas that we think will likely have multifamily across the projection period. Again, there's more details in the full report. No surprises as to where these are located along your major corridors, and most jurisdictions in your area have pretty stringent land use controls that make it a little bit easier to project and understand where multifamily might occur as the market kind of dictates its necessity. So overall, this is what the single family, multifamily, and the overall new projected housing occupancies look like across your 10-year period. You do have a little bit of bulge in years 2, 3, and 4, which is understandable. Number one, for the multifamily we talked about, really peaks in those years as stuff occupies. And then we also have a little bit of build to rent that we project similarly to multifamily. So it shows up in your single family, which is why you see a little bit of your bulge in years 2, 3, and 4 as well. And a question that came up, I know, in the administrative building and just wanted to anticipate here with the board is kind of where do we stand after year 10 and what does it look like relative to build out? There is a density map in your report you're used to seeing also, but basically geographically, we estimate that the district is about 70% built out. If you include some of the lands that are potentially in acquisition areas for the reserves, you're looking at a little bit closer to 78% built out from a land basis. And I will hand it back to Stacy.
You have heard a lot about a lot of factors that go into these projections, and I'm going to summarize them a little bit briefly here. So new housing construction, Angela just talked about a lot about the new housing, and that certainly drives the majority of growth in this and any district. In this case, in this study, in years past, we are projecting that on average, new housing will yield about between 1,000 and 1,500 new students to the district every year. That is not changing. That is still high growth in certain parts of the district. I talked to you about birth rates and how they've been stable in the past until just the past few years. There's been an uptick in births, and so we expect to see that realized in the kindergarten population starting in about fall of 27 or so. That is reflected in the projections. The past few years since COVID, the incoming kindergarten size has been slightly smaller than the year prior. So we've seen this slightly smaller kindergarten classes coming in over the past few years. Again, I just told you that in 27 that will tick up based on births. So we are projecting a stable or slight decline in kindergarten classes until that birth rate kicks in, those new births. However, it's also important to remember that those smaller kindergarten classes that have already started will be matriculating through the district through the older years, the older grades. And so that just in itself, that smaller starting point will result in a dampening of growth. We talked a little bit about regeneration. of younger families moving into existing homes, and talked about how that is happening, but it's nothing on the same scale compared to the new students that move into new housing. And basically the idea is that because existing homes, some students are moving out and some students are moving in, and so there's never going to be the intense growth of a new house yielding new students. And then finally, charter schools have been and will continue to open and pull students out of the Leander ISD system. And so based on what we currently know about the plans for these charter systems, that could be another 2,000 students pulled out of the Leander ISD over the next 5 years or so. So all of this gets rolled into our projections, and the first question that everyone asks is, what did the projections look like last year compared to current enrollment? And so our 3 scenarios of growth are shown here as beige bars on the graph, and the actual enrollment this fall as of October 4th is shown in maroon. So why is it so low? What happened? What changed since we were here last year compared to the assumptions that we had to make this time last year? Well, Angela told you about the multifamily and how overall the multifamily occupancy rate is lower than it was a year ago. And there were also, importantly, 2 new complexes that were under construction or that were being planned but did not start occupying, and 1 new complex that was delayed and occupied very slowly. So there are many fewer students living in multifamily houses than we projected because they didn't open as quickly as we thought they would. Secondly, 2 new charter schools moved in, as I mentioned. Valor Leander opened in a location that this time last year we didn't know where it was going to be. And so we had projected that it would pull students out of Leander, but we didn't know from where. We didn't know where they would live. And secondly, Basis Cedar Park, as I mentioned, opened with almost 1,000 students in K through 9th, whereas their previous schools, the most relevant one was, and recent, was in North Austin, that also pulls students from Leander. That school opened with K through 3rd, and they only had 200 students the first year. So that's an 800 student difference, about 80% of whom are from Leander ISD that we didn't expect this time last year. And then finally, Angela told you that the new housing projections were spot on, like within 5 students, I think, of what we projected, but the existing homes did not sell at the same rate as they did last year, and so there was less opportunity for regeneration and students moving into the existing homes. So all of those factors contributed to the lower than anticipated enrollment. So as you know, we developed 3 scenarios of growth: a low growth, a moderate growth, and a high growth scenario. Every year we start off with a clean slate. It doesn't matter what happened last year and what changed from our assumptions until actually the actual enrollment. We have to develop a set of assumptions right now based on what we know to be our best guess, our best estimate of what might happen, and that becomes the moderate growth scenario. And I get asked in a lot of districts if this year we should look at the low growth scenario instead, since we were low since last year. And the answer is no. Every year is a reset. Every year is our best estimate of what might happen in the coming years based on what we know to be true right now. The low and the high growth scenarios are both feasible, and they just assume different circumstances and changes in circumstances. So again, this graph illustrates that the growth is still happening. There is still growth projected. It's just not as aggressive as the growth has been in the past, and it varies in different parts of the district. So the assumptions that we have to make under these various scenarios are multifaceted. So let's focus on the moderate growth scenario, because this is sort of what we think is most likely. We estimate that based on past kindergarten trends and the birth rates, that the kindergarten will be pretty flat for the next few years with a slight uptick in 2027. Now, beyond that, if the birth rate remains high, then we might or increases even more, we might look at a high growth scenario. Likewise, if the births drop back down, if this most recent birth trend was just a blip, then we might be looking at a low growth scenario. What happens with mortgage rates is going to impact all of the new housing construction. So we're assuming that mortgage rates will stabilize or drop slightly later in the year. However, if the mortgage rates go down significantly prior to the election, then we could be looking at a more high growth scenario. Angela spoke about the slight dampening of the multifamily market. That is a part of our assumptions for the moderate growth scenario. And the 4 or 5 new charter schools that we know about are in our moderate growth scenario. If more come in other than these that we know about, then we might be looking at a low growth scenario. And likewise, if some of these get pushed off and don't open for 2 years or more later than we anticipated, then that might be a high growth scenario. So, as I mentioned, moderate growth scenario is what we recommend using for your planning purposes. This is a heat map that illustrates the neighborhood codes that are projected to gain the most elementary students over the next 10 years. The red areas are the hot spots, of course. On the east side, those red areas are Parkside on the River and Edgewood and other potential growth. In the central north area, that's Greatwood and Leander Estates and some other yet unnamed developments. In the sort of central part, that red spot is Treviso. So how does this relate to the elementary schools? These hot spots on the northeast, that's the Tarvin Elementary attendance zone. In the north, sort of west, is Baghdad, and then of course Mason Mason Elementary has Treviso in it. So this summarizes by elementary zone the growth of elementary students that we project to happen within each attendance zone. Tarvin is projected to gain over 1,000 students, over 1,100 students over the next 10 years. Baghdad at almost 900 and Mason at over 500. But it's important to note that there are also blue attendance zones on this map, and blue indicates projected decline in student population. And so some of that is in the central Leander part of the district, which is almost directly and almost completely due to new charters projected to move into that area. And in the South Steiner Ranch part of the district, in the newer parts of Steiner Ranch, particularly River Ridge, the decline is based on the trends that we've been seeing in the past in Steiner Ranch Elementary and Bush Elementary that are a little bit older homes that have already begun to reach their stasis, and River Ridge just hasn't yet quite reached its stasis as those older students graduate and some younger students move in, but Steiner Ranch becomes more similar to other neighborhoods as opposed to the extraordinarily high student population that it had when first constructed. There are a lot of numbers on this table, and the important things for you to notice here are the colors. So these are the past and future projected students living in each current elementary attendance zone. The red cells are the biggest classes, the biggest populations, and the blue cells are the smallest. So when you look in the past, you can see dark blue cells for Larkspur North and Tarvin way back in 2018. Of course, because those schools didn't exist back then, those neighborhoods had not yet built, those houses weren't being built yet. And so as those schools were opened to address that need, that those students have been accommodated, but on the far right, in 10 years, we are projecting the biggest populations, again, to be in Tarvin and Baghdad. Those are the darkest red cells on the far right. Following that is Aiken, Larkspur, Mason, and Plain, with the biggest populations projected to happen. However, it's really important that you also notice the blue, because those represent the smallest populations per school. There are 11 schools on this list with fewer than 500 students projected to live in those attendance zones in 10 years. Those are most of those schools are located in the central and south part of the district. And so that's what I'm referring to, this dichotomy between dark red and dark blue schools, because the growth is happening. It's happening in some parts of the district. But it's not happening, of course, in the built-out areas of the district. Yes, Dr. Gearing?
Just to clarify, can you please speak to that very right-hand column, the transfer column, just to clarify why that's there?
Yes, of course. So we project resident students because we are demographers. We project where people will live. The district has transfers among schools for a variety of reasons. At the elementary level, the biggest impact are bilingual programs. When bilingual students who live in a certain area, their school may not offer a bilingual program, and so those students attend a different school. That's Baghdad is a really good example of that, because the bilingual program pulls a lot of students into Baghdad that don't live in the Baghdad attendance zone. And so that's why the numbers here for Baghdad, okay, so you can see on the far right column, 177 net students transfer into Baghdad, largely for the bilingual program. And that's why what you might call enrollment, or I call resident students, looks lower than the enrollment to actually be at Baghdad. It's because of those 177 transfers in. And I'll come back to the Baghdad issue here in a minute. So again, we're looking at resident students, just like we did in the previous slide, but this is compared to the capacity of each school. The blue cells are schools at less than 80% capacity, and the red cells are at greater than 120% capacity. So again, because we project resident students, this kind of analysis, this kind of graph, is helpful for us to look at long-term trends. Which areas are growing in population, which areas are declining in population. But because of those transfers, it's difficult to really drill down to the short-term decisions. This is not useful for making short-term decisions because of things like Baghdad. So we all know that Baghdad is really, really crowded now. It has way too many students, but it looks here to only be 82% utilized. And that's why, because of the bilingual program. And I can't project forward the bilingual program assuming that it will stay there, because I don't know what you as a board is going to decide to do with the special programs in the future. And so that's not a safe assumption for me to say that it will always be like that. What I can project is that the population living within the Baghdad attendance zone is going to increase from 82% to 185%. So something has to happen at Baghdad with or without the bilingual population, right? Those are some serious decisions for the Long Range Planning Committee and the district in general. So another caveat of this table is that this represents the number of pre-K through 5th grade students living in each of these. So the decision that the district makes about what to do with the early childhood population will impact this. So this counts all of the early childhood EE and pre-K students in their home campuses. So some of them might be pulled out in some parts of the district to a center if that's what the district decides to do. let's move along to middle school. Again, this is the same heat map that you saw before, but with the middle school attendance zones overlaid. So the hot spots are in Stiles on the east, and in Danielson and Leander Middle School in the north central part. When all of this gets added together, we are projecting over 500 students each to be added to Danielson and Stiles, and over 300 students to be added to Wiley. Again, in the south, Canyon Ridge Middle School is projected to decline in students because of the declines that have been seen in the past at the elementaries. Those smaller and smaller classes will be matriculating into middle school and will result in a declining population at Canyon Ridge. Again, a lot of numbers, but I draw your attention to the colors. The top box represents the past and current projections based on this year's current attendance zones. However, the rezoning process that has just been approved recently for next year's attendance zones have addressed a lot of the overcrowding issues. So when I was here last year, I told you that Danielson and Stiles were going to be overcrowded, already were overcrowded, and that middle school number 10 was going to be needed certainly within this decade and basically whenever you could get it built. However, there was available capacity at some of the other campuses, and so the district underwent a rezoning process to make the financially, fiscally responsible decision to use the space that you have in order to postpone the need for middle school 10. And so this chart shows in colors how in the top there were lots of blue and red cells currently and in 10 years, and after the rezoning there are fewer blue schools and fewer red schools, and everybody is a little bit more equitable as far as population and utilization. And so it was, from my perspective, a very successful rezoning. I know that rezoning is never easy, but it was certainly a success in that you were able to utilize the space that you already have. Again, based on utilization, this shows a similar outcome. In the old attendance zones, you see lots of blue and red, lots of underutilization and lots of overutilization, and much of that has been solved by the rezoning, as seen by the lack of blue and lack of red in the bottom table. And finally, at the high school level, the heat maps illustrate that Glenn High School certainly has the bulk of the high growth areas, followed by Rouse. And the summary is that Glenn High School is projected to gain over 1,000 students over the next 10 years, and Rouse about 800 students. And likewise, the same trend in the south, that Vandergrift is projected to lose students, again, as those smaller and smaller classes that are already here and age up into the older grades. And again, this illustrates the same thing I just talked about at the middle school level, that rezoning is never easy and never popular, but I congratulate you on successfully being able to utilize the campuses as you have in order to postpone the need for the next high school considerably. So the summary for this study is that growth is coming. We have been talking about growth coming. It is still coming. It's just not as aggressive as it has been in past years. So with that, I can take any questions.
Board members, now is your time to ask the questions. If we can also make sure we give everyone the mic, so if y'all can just do one question and we'll roll with it. Gloria, we thought sorry not to put you on the spot, but just curious if you had any questions. We were going to go ahead and let you open it just because I know it can be kind of difficult to try to manage with Zoom and being here in person. So if you'd like to go ahead and get us started off, we appreciate it.
Thank you. It is hard because there's sometimes a delay. We hate to cut off people.
The floor is yours, G.
That I have that I think as trustees that we often receive is hearing from parents and asking us if y'all know about the incoming apartments or developments that we're hearing about from city council that are 5, 6 to 10 years out. And I heard you talk about some of those, but I think that's what we hear a lot about. And so I'd just like, if you could answer that question for us and for our community.
Absolutely. We spend an inordinate amount of time researching the potential for new housing growth, both single family and multifamily. And Angela spoke to that, and I'll give her an opportunity to speak in a minute. But do you want to tell the Burleson Ranch discussion? Okay, go ahead, Angela.
So part of our process for for developing the housing projections is part of our team back in College Station does a ton of research before we actually come and visit the district. We pull plats from the different jurisdictions. We do research on apartments, not just with the jurisdictions and plats, but we also look at resources like TDHCA to see if there's any potential subsidized projects coming. We research with different housing authorities if that's applicable. We also look up Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation and try to cull that for other information. We do on-site surveys when we're in the district. We drive the district. There's 2 different team members that do that at different times, just simply putting our eyes on the different pieces of land to see if anything's changing that we need to investigate. And we also do interviews with often the planning departments at the various cities to glean information not just about what's been approved or been before the councils, but also what might be on the pipeline for the future also. So that speaks broadly to our process for multifamily and single family, but that's generally how we try to cast a very broad net, in addition to talking to the district and anything you may have heard about, et cetera. So we start there, and then if there's any questions about specific developments in that full report, in the appendix, there is a list by neighborhood code that lists every different development that we're projecting, when those projections start, as well as the student ratio that we're projecting it at. And that correlates with the development overview map. And you'll see all of those on the development overview map, with the exception of what we call other multifamily or other single family, which, and this may be a change from previous years on your map, but those are basically areas that we haven't seen anything for, but from a land use evaluation perspective, it makes sense that eventually that piece of property might be X, Y, or Z. And so the specific tract that Stacy just mentioned, the Burleson Ranches tract, if you noted on that slide, we said there's no known current plans as of when we did the study. So to the best of our knowledge, there's not. However, when you look at this tract of property from a land use perspective, especially wrapping around 2 Leander ISD schools, and with tracts reducing in availability across the district and different dynamics, this makes sense that in the projection period there will probably be development in this area. So we look at several different layers. We look at things we definitely know about, we look at things that might be, and then we look at things that make sense in the future within those 10-year projections.
Can I piggyback off of Gloria's question? So when you're talking about multifamilies, are we including those rental housing? So I know in Bryson community, we have 2 neighborhoods that are going to be only rental, that's it. They're houses, it's an actual housing community, but it's mainly just for individuals renting. So where do they fall into the mix?
Right, so those are a little bit of a gray area. We do include them in our projections if we know about them. With the housing market changing a lot, some of what's happened in the larger master plan is there may be a section that was going to be single family for purchase, but because of what we talked about with mortgage rates, all of a sudden it makes a lot more sense to build it and lease them until that changes. So the good news is the ratios are more relative to the product than whether it's lease or own, if that makes any sense. So yeah, if it's number of bedrooms, square footage, if we know about it, it'll be noted. There are some areas that are changing, or investors might buy up 2 streets that it's not obvious that it's a build to rent. There are a couple, you'll see them, that's why you have that bulge in years 2 through 4, is because those occupancies project more like multifamily. So if they're underway, we project that they'll occupy.
From our perspective, they are going to yield about the same number of students as privately owned, individually owned homes. The only difference is the rate at which they occupy. They build very quickly, and then they occupy a little bit more slowly. And so those are the fine tuning that we have to do. But ultimately, they yield about the same number of students.
So my question has to do with, well, as I was going through this, I said, well, the projections that I could see are kind of based on the sources of data and also assumptions. So I had a question on each. So for the data sources, a comment that we've heard in the past, and you might just want to clarify that, is the use of census data, like to what extent you use the census data. And then when it comes to assumptions, as far as regeneration is concerned, you mentioned houses built 2012, since 2012, or is it before 2012?
Well, we look at regeneration in all houses.
Okay, all right, good.
The data that I showed you was a subset just because it told an easy story.
Okay.
But when you start looking at all houses, then the lines get gray because there's some new construction happening next door to a house that was built 2 years ago. And so it just made it a simpler story for me to tell you about 2012 and earlier, but we look at all houses and the regeneration happening.
Because in the central and southern parts of the district, you're more likely to see the older homes, older than 2012, and so wanted to make sure that those are being considered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in that table that we showed, those were all homes older than 2012. Yes. And to your question about census data, we do look at census data and sort of use it as a global check, but the data sources that we use are the students enrolled in Leander ISD and where they live. So there are no assumptions about our starting point and students in the past. We take all of the students' addresses from the district and place every student on the map as a dot. So those are actual students counted from the district, and there are no assumptions.
All right, thank you.
This might be outside of your purview, but I wanted to put it out there for admin. I know that the charter school's coming in, and that one in Cedar Park was large. I do know that we have some students that enroll in a charter school and then turn around and come back because the grass is not always greener. So my question is do we have any data about how many have come back? You might not.
I don't have that
you might
data.
Not.
The district might. Some districts will have, and I don't know if Leander does or not, but some kind of an admission questionnaire or information that they track on a campus level, but I don't have any of that information.
So lots of good thoughts up here because Francesca's asking the same thing you just asked. So I think I'm curious, I'd like to hear, Bruce, your thoughts or what questions you think, because you've kind of walked this with us. And when I've talked to community members too, I'm sending them your way. And so you've gotten to see this from our community's questions. You've also gotten to see this from administration questions. So I'd kind of like to know in your discussions, what are the big pictures or things you would point out?
I think for me, the interesting points that came out were several. Number one, that regeneration is already happening in the district. That was a big question from the community. It is happening, but it's been overshadowed by this shrinking kindergarten class. I'm still not sure that I truly understand why the kindergarten class is smaller. And I'm not sure that anybody really understands that. But that's going to have an impact over time. So one of the things you said is that, you know, we still have this growth of 1,000 to 1,500 students per year, but it's getting softened by these other factors, and I think, and that is slowing the overall growth down. I think also as we get through this 10-year projection, we're starting to get very close to build out, and so you'll see a natural softening, I think, of the growth as less land is available to build new housing, because new housing is what drives the majority of the growth. Because even when regeneration happens, it certainly doesn't happen at the same pace as that new growth. So I think those are my big takeaways. I think one of the things we're doing differently this time is PASA is providing us the data, but not necessarily making recommendations for what we do with that data. And so that data is now going to go directly into the long-range plan, and then back to the long-range planning committee for them to look and start to really digest. So now that we have this update, what do we do with that information?
No? I did have a question for you. I was trying to give everyone the mic space. Okay, on slide number 26, you mentioned that every year is a reset.
Yes.
Can you go into that detail? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I am that lady who like gets on, I'm like, let me look at 2018, let me look at 2019. I have all the books too, I'm going to tell you right now. So can you help?
So does Trish.
Yeah, Trish and I, that's where we bond. But can you explain to others why a reset? Why do we do a reset?
Because all of the things that I told you changed from last year on this slide, those and others could change between now and next year. And so we have to take this snapshot in time right now and everything that we know to be true or probably true or likely to happen and say this is our best guess based on what we know right now. And if these things change, it could be low growth, and if these things change, it could be high growth. But the things that changed last year won't necessarily impact the things that change this year. And so that's why we reset every year. Does that answer your question? Okay, it does.
I do have a quick question about early childhood. You said that the growth projections include, for right now, the early childhood kids who are at those campuses.
Yes.
So depending on what happens with the proposal later in the agenda, next year's numbers could look very different based on that new childhood center relieving those schools.
Absolutely. And we have projected all of these students by neighborhood code. And so if this neighborhood code gets, well, yes, those numbers are also broken down by early childhood grades and K through 5th grades. And so, yes, if early childhood gets pulled into a central location, then they will be pulled out of those numbers that you saw.
I did have another question. So when we're on the slides for projected resident, either the 6th through 8th students or, you know, EE through 5th, the column with net transfers for 23-24, is the current number of transfers into school right now that we have for our students?
That's the number of students currently that attend a school in which they don't live in their attendance zone for whatever reason. It might be a teacher parent transfer or any number of programs. Did you have?
That was a snapshot from September 6th. When we pulled the data and they look at that, that's where they look at the transfers at that time.
And it doesn't have, it's not necessarily coordinated with what the district labels as a transfer, because every district has different policies around that. And so we, remember, this goes back to the dots on the map. Every student is a dot on the map, and we say, based on where you live, you are a resident of any X school, but you are attending school Y, And so therefore, you're a transfer. For whatever reason, I as a demographer it doesn't matter to me why. It's just that you're attending a school other than where you live.
I would just like to have a conversation later, Jimmy, because I think for me is like, especially with the Baghdad being the situation where we have 177 students being transferred in, what is that doing to our students who are Zone 2? And I think it's a bigger conversation I'd like to have, not now, but I'm just thinking of enrollment and seats and what that does to our schools and teachers and stuff, so.
I'll have more things later offline, you know that. But I do have one final question I want to point to, is that on page 33, we talk about our multifamily projections, that 24.5% of total projected students will be coming from new housing and multifamilies. Oh, I'm looking at the book.
Oh.
And so there's a comment that's made in the book, and it says, as of the first quarter of 2023, overall, the occupancy rates for the Austin metro area were considerably lower than a year previous. In fact, the National Association of Realtors are reporting a 9.2% vacancy rate, which is an increase from 1.7% from a year prior. Unit absorption for the previous 12 months at only 6,323 units, down from 17,130 units in 2022. So then you make your analysis, which is these metrics, coupled with an increased inventory of units, point to this language it uses, a potential short-term correction in multifamily developments across the Austin metro area. My question for you is, what are the factors that would have to go into place here that would make this a long-term overcorrection that impacts not only the Austin housing area, but Leander and Cedar Park?
That is an excellent question. I don't know that I have the level of multifamily information in front of me to answer that on that macro level for you. I think that's a question that a lot of pundits are also considering right now, and a lot of economists in the multifamily market. What I can tell you is that multifamily is cyclical, and so this is not an abnormal thing, but similar to the single family housing and the mortgage rate, there are a lot of factors that play into financing for multifamily. So to that level of specificity, but in terms of the 10-year projections and what we know is on the ground, what is also similar with single family is typically if an investment has been made and dirt has been turned and a project has started, you can guarantee that it will occur. It just may take longer to either build out and complete and or occupy. So that's why you see that kind of upfront of those things that we know we're under construction and leasing up currently. And then the rest we've adjusted kind of across the projection period to account for that market correction. Mm-hmm.
I have a question, I guess my last question. So this has to do with the charter schools. So using that basis, Cedar Park as an example, you had forecasted maybe 200 students was going to be the impact based on their previous openings, but in this case it was much larger. So as you look at, based on the, whether it's low projection or the moderate projection, and so looking at the other charter schools that are out there, are you doing something similar or expecting that they're going to be bigger? There's, I mean, looking at the number of people, the opportunities here, I mean, they can just watch all these presentations and see all the growth that's happening and go place them there, put a school that can take 1,000 kids, as opposed to their usual 300 kids at opening or 200. So are you basing your projections for moderate growth on larger openings, or that's going to go more into the low growth?
The moderate growth scenario has made assumptions for each of the the future charter schools based on the habits of that charter system. So Harmony has different habits for opening schools than Idea has different habits than Great Hearts. Some of them open K through 5, some open K through 8, some start off with small classes and grow. Harmony, for example, usually opens almost at capacity for every grade level that they serve the first year. So to summarize, our moderate scenario assumes similar behavior as each charter system has done in the past, and that's the best we can do, because just because Besa Cedar Park had the financial wherewithal, the space, the capacity, the advertising capability, or whatever it was that allowed them to open bigger than their historical, doesn't necessarily mean that the same situation will apply to these other charters, these other systems.
So if they end up opening larger, then we'll be looking at more the low growth. Okay, thank you.
Board members, do you have any other questions? Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate it. I know y'all have been such a hot topic in our district. But you know what I will say? I love that you guys are setting this up for our long-range planning committee, because I feel like that's where the power of the work is at. And I'm just, thank y'all so much for answering all the questions. We appreciate it.
Certainly. Thank you.
All right, board members, we are going to skip around once again. We're going to go to 7C2, the Bond Oversight Committee recommendation. Jimmy, you're up again. And we have a guest with Jimmy tonight.
Good evening, Madam Vice President. Oh, we got to switch.
We're playing musical chairs right now as part of our board presentation. So Jimmy, and we have Mr. Lux. Y'all proceed.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gearing. The Bond Oversight Committee recently met, and John Lux is here to go over the meeting and what their recommendation is, so I'll turn it over to John.
Good evening. As Jimmy mentioned, John Lux, I'm the chairman of the Bond Oversight Committee. Tonight we're coming to bring a recommendation to you. This is, I think, one of the first that we've actually got it from the Long Range Planning Committee, which we put a lot of effort and time into this. To 40 members on that committee. I think you're pretty aware of that, and they spent a lot of time. I think they kicked this off in July of this year, starting to take a look at this. This is just a slide on our charter. And this one's coming, it's understanding current reality, where we're actually at. I mean, as you all know, as we just heard from the demographers and the economists, and they're looking at all this, there's projections, but we know where we're right at today. We know what the issues are today, and options to address that growth in the northern portion of the district. Again, the current reality, I think, as you saw from the demographers, is that there's a lot of density in the north, and it's particularly in the early childhood. That's the current reality. It's overcrowding, there's portables, there's so forth, that the Long Range Planning Committee said, okay, this is what our top of the project is. We need to look and see how we can quickly, not that it's going to happen overnight, but quickly try and relieve some of that pressure and the crowding that's going on in the early childhood. They looked at different options, and originally they had 3, and then the first 3 weren't really working out. They went out, said, let's be creative, and they came up with a 4th option, which is what they're calling the hybrid option. So these were the 4 options. The first one was repurposing facilities, open Leander Extended Opportunity LEO as an early childhood center, so repurposing. Or option 2, build an early childhood and New Hope High School at Halsey site. Option 3, build an additional new elementary school. Again, with these, there wasn't going to be the quickest, and it really, the communications that were going to happen with the parents of the children that were going to have to be moved, felt like that was going to be a quick process, but there wasn't going to be enough time to really kind of facilitate this conversation with the students and parents that were going to have to move. So when they were looking at those kind of hurdles, they decided, let's think about a 4th option, which is a hybrid of options 1 and 2. And again, you can see that the approximately 40 members on the board, they did the heat map and for voting for the options, and you can see that option 4 was clearly the choice of the committee for what they thought the best option for the district was. So for the financial impact from the bond of 2023, correct? it was allocated 161 million. So for the option for building the early childhood center at Halsey, the cost of 60 million, that leaves a remaining purposing budget of 101 million that can be possibly used for the repurposing as communications go out and as we get a little bit more feel of where we're going to be in a couple of years. But right now we do have that overcrowding up north that we need to address as soon as possible. So the recommendation from the committee recommends reallocating 60 million from the repurposing funds in the 2023 bonds to build an early childhood center on the Halsey site and consider other early childhood programs during the design phase. Questions or?
Board members, do we have any questions? Shade, hit your mic, please.
Yeah, I just have a clarification because option 2 says build early childhood center and New Hope High School at Halsey site. So the New Hope High School portion of it is a later time? Just clarifying.
The original option was option 2 was to build both of those, but option 4 is just the early childhood center and then continue conversations with the community about repurposing. If that happens, then New Hope would be part of the repurposing project. If not, that'll be a decision for later of what to do with it.
I just want to piggyback on that, Shade. Like that, what's so great about the long-range planning committee is it's truly being talked out in there, and it's like what the direction of the committee is going to want.
This is probably more a question for Dr. Gehring, but I was wondering if you could detail everything that went into getting this to the Bond Oversight Committee and the decisions that came from this.
Yeah, so I think you saw in the slides a little earlier that this ran first through the Long Range Planning Committee extensively, and so there was a lot of work and planning that went into that. We actually had a recommendation come from the Long Range Planning Committee to the board, and that's when we paused for a second and said, no, wait, we're actually doing something a little different with these bond dollars than we had said in the May 2023 bond, and so that's when we pushed it back to the Bond Oversight Committee. Of course, both of those committees have, you can see their membership and makeup. They have staff, board members, as well as community members on them, and so there's been extensive discussion about this in both of those places.
I just want to know if, as far as the Bond Oversight Committee work that y'all did, can you just, give me an overview of your comfort level or where y'all fell out of the process, just to kind of give people an insight into that Bond Oversight Committee work?
Oh, yes. We got from the Long Range Planning Committee, we got an extensive, I'd say an hour-long discussion where they presented the whole process that they had gone through. Particularly like Dr. Gehring said about, they first came to the board and they said, well, wait a minute, we need to kind of back off. But then they also gave them a little bit more time to kind of flush out and really discuss it with the community members and then outside the community and trying to figure out, obviously there's never that panacea answer that's up there, but they felt that this was the best option for the time constraints that we were in. So then we had internal, then we had bond committee discussions and all felt it was 7-4, 1 against, and 1 abstained. So we were pretty comfortable in the decision that we made, and based particularly on the work that was done by the Long Range Planning Committee. They did an extensive job on vetting all 4 different options. That I don't feel like they came in with an agenda of one option over the other. They literally laid out all the options, and we've spent a lot of time hearing about those.
Paul, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess it was some to what Trish was saying about other options that were presented to you. Was there anything that stood out of those other options that you said no to right away, or just, did some just gravitate towards this one?
No, I think the only concern that I had is, kicking the can down the road kind of thing. We're going to have to do that repurposing at some point. Do you rip the Band-Aid off today and just do it? But I think when I looked at it and the rest of the board, when we had our discussions, I think it's the best for the community to have a little bit more time to process, having to move students around and so forth, and that's why we really believe the option 4 was the better of the options.
Board members, do you have any other questions?
I just have a request as we continue to work on this, assuming if this passes this evening. I'd love to see, Jimmy, how transportation folds into this, because it's a whole nother route and area, and I'd love to see them get involved in those conversations earlier rather than later, if possible.
I will say they will definitely be part, and they already have been. We've had numerous discussions about possibilities and impact, and so they're busing them now, a lot of these kids, and so that having one central location makes it easier in that sense because you're not going to different campuses.
All right, board members, if I have no other questions, I will need a motion because this is an action item for action.
I move that the board approve the Bond Oversight Committee recommendation. Sorry, need these. that 60 million of the 2023 bond repurposing funds be used to build an early childhood center on the Halsey property and consider other early childhood programs during the design phase.
Second.
Ooh, she got her. I got a motion from Trish, a second from Sade. Do I have any discussion?
I just love all the committee and community input. We've got long range, bond oversight, so thank y'all so much for your work on this and for the long range work.
I'm just excited we are putting an emphasis on where learning starts. And so I appreciate the work. This is a great moment. So board members, all in favor, please raise your hand. Where did Gloria? Oh, there she goes. Yay. We have 6 ayes. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes. Yay! Thank you so much, John, for all your work. We really appreciate it. All right, board members, we are going to jump again. Like I said, we're going to go to 7B1, Legislative Committee Update. Colby Nichols, you are up. And Pete. Pete. Welcome.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Got Pete up here to check my math because I went to law school, so I didn't have to do math anymore. Yeah, exactly. So far, with regards to education, there hasn't been a whole lot going on at the Capitol. Obviously, we had Senate Bill 1, we had Senate Bill 2, House Bill 1's been filed, but it hasn't even been referred yet. And at the current moment, I think it's safe to say that there's an open question as to whether anything will happen. There seems to be, as you can tell from the news media and some of the quotes that have been coming out of the House, that there's still some consternation about having any sort of discussions or negotiations on school choice and or vouchers without discussions and negotiations on school funding. So that seems to be where we're at, but I kind of wanted to go over Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 2, kind of give you some of the highlights of those 2 proposals, and then I'll talk a little bit about House Bill 1. Senate Bill 1 is closer to the governor's proposal in that it's more of a universal type voucher, $8,000 per student. It is only the $500 million that was allotted during the regular session. There are different buckets of kids that would qualify in sort of priority. The first one is free and reduced lunch, which is 40%, 30% for families who earn 185% to 500% of the poverty line, 20% for children with disabilities, and then 10% for current private school student, homeschool students, and then current public school students that don't fit into those categories. So that's Senate Bill 1. Senate Bill 2 is the Senate's answer to school funding. It's $5.2 billion. It raises the basic allotment by $75. It gives teachers a $3,000 retention bonus payment. That number does go up to $10,000 if the school qualifies as rural. I think it's safe to say Leander would not, so that would be a $3,000 retention bonus. School safety goes from $15,000 to $30,000 per campus, and $10 a student to $20 a student. And then finally, there would be more money put into the teacher incentive allotment, which would allow teachers to possibly earn up to $36,000 on top of their current salary. So that's Senate Bill 2. House Bill 1, frankly, with regards to the school choice piece, isn't really that different, I would argue, from Senate Bill 1, outside of the fact that it caps the number of students that can qualify at 25,000, but that will increase by 25,000 each year until 2026, 2027, in which case there is no longer a cap, and at that point it's a universal voucher. The students that would be participating in the voucher program would be required to be assessed as if they were public school students. I know that there's been some folks that have said this is accountability, but I think we all know that accountability is different from testing. Those are two different things. Testing is a part of accountability, but it is not all of accountability. And thus far in the bill, it doesn't have any sort of, it doesn't seem to spell out any sort of, I don't want to say punishment, but, you know, potential action if the student doesn't pass, if the school has a certain number of students that don't pass. So there's that element as well. It does raise the BA by $30 for 23-24. That number would go up by another $310 for a total of $6,500 in 24-25. It adds in an inflation adjustment based on CPI after that. It does move the compensation level. As you know, in House Bill 3, we had a 30% requirement. Any increase would have to be 30%, would have to go to our teacher salaries. That number moves from 30 to 50% with any increase. It also has a teacher retention bonus of $4,000. Regarding special education, there's some new tiered funding levels based on intensity of services, as well as an addition in the transportation allotment for special education. Of note for Leander, it does eliminate the cap on the fast growth allotment, which could be helpful. It also has a property value study hardship grant for in those situations when a local appraisal district is out of compliance. It allots about $60 million statewide for districts that lose money due to state property value study. On assessment, this is a very simplistic thing I'm about to say, but it's an extremely long section of the bill. Essentially, they form a new panel that's going to look at the assessment and accountability system in Texas. They do sunset Chapter 39, which means that Chapter 39, which is our accountability chapter in the Education Code, would go away. And this panel is supposed to present a system that would replace that. And then it also mandates that the agency continue to use the 2022 accountability handbook, which is obviously at stake in the current lawsuit. So, Pete, did I miss anything? Did I cover everything pretty well? Except for numbers?
You did good, you did good.
Oh,
There's some other changes to like CCMR, early
Yes.
education allotment.
Yeah.
You did mention the fast growth allotment. The comp ed weights do increase 0.005 for each tier. CTE, the PTech, PTech and New Tech campus, the funding increases from $50 to $150 per student. But I mean, other than that, it's just a lot of allotments. The fine arts allotment is added in there. That's new. But until, like Kobe says, until it gets a hearing, until any traction's on it, we're not going to count the eggs before they're hatched. But it's out there, and it is kind of, I think Kobe used the term earlier when we talked, was kind of sprinkled a little bit of money over a whole vast array of areas, whether it's SPED, CTE, I mean, just to cover a little bit of everything, and then the increase in the basic allotment in year 2. But we're not changing our budget calendar, okay? We're still just developing our budget the way it is, and we'll just continue to watch and see, and we'll take it one step at a time.
And I'll just remind you, at the beginning of the first special session, the Speaker of the House and his parliamentarian took a position that the call specifically said compression only at that time, and because of that, that was the only thing they could do with regards to the House bills. So that is where we're at now. Because the call does not say anything about school funding, the House maintains that they can't even refer House Bill 1. Although it's been filed, it can't even be referred. If it can't be referred, it can't be heard. If it can't be heard, it can't be voted on. So we're sort of in a holding pattern. We're obviously approaching the conclusion of this first special. Remains to be seen what happens after that, if he calls another special immediately after, if he waits till after New Year, after filing deadlines. It's an open question, but I think the last day of this special is November 8th. 7th, yeah, I can't. One of those days. Some of the other priorities have been passed, so that kind of tells you the direction that the House and the Senate are going at this point. We seem to still be kind of at a standstill when it comes to education issues. So,
Board members, do you have any questions?
I have a question, just a clarification on HB1, because the big talking point for that one has been, oh, well, it caps the number of students receiving the voucher. And it leaves off the part where you just said, after year 3, that just opens it to anybody who wants it.
right.
Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever they appropriate for the program.
I just wanted to thank all of some of our Leander ISD trustees for being very active and engaged up in the Capitol. It does make a difference. And our lawmakers, there have been a lot of receptive lawmakers, bipartisan out there, who want to know what their school districts are working with and what do their school districts need. And the first thing we talk about is to support our staff, serve our students, and save our schools. So we are out there and active, and it's not just our trustees, but we're leveraging the voice. We're seeing our Central Texas trustees, we're seeing our CTSBA, our Trustees United. There's just a lot of trustees who are parents who are staying engaged up there. And so I appreciate our community also getting out, our teachers, our trustees, and we just started the conversation. We're not done by any means.
Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you to Pete and for Trish. Monday we had a meeting with various lawmakers, representatives, and pro-public education representatives in the state, and the topic was special education. And although House Bill 1 makes it seem like they're doing something for special education, in reality they're not. And so what we're excited about is it's a group of trustees, but not local districts, that are going to work together to really advocate for, one, the weight allotment for special education to be updated, since it's been 1991, the last time it was. But most importantly, it's that parent voice, right? And we want to talk about parent empowerment, parent voice. How can we empower our parents who are with children with disabilities, who are in the rough and who are just digging in the dirt, trying to get whatever they can for their kid? And so I think that I'm excited. I just want to say thank you, Pete. Thank you, Trish, for being there. We good? All right. I think we're good, y'all.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Hopefully not too soon, though. Maybe. We'll see. All right, board members, we are now going to get to our consent agenda. Yay! Do we have anyone? Trish?
Yes, I'd like to sever item A, consider approval of the 2023-2024 board agenda planning calendar. It's my only sever request.
All right. We're going to remove that off of consent.
Any others?
Any others?
Then
Board members? No? All
Then
right.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, minus item A.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 yes. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, board members, we're going to go to 5A, consider approval of the 2023-2024 board agenda planning calendar.
All right, so our board operating procedures, which...
Hold on real quick, Trish.
Yes.
Sarah, do you want to... We have a couple questions. All right, Trish, you want to go ahead here?
I'll try to go quick. Time this down. Board operating procedures defines our annual agenda planning calendar. It notes that the board develops this calendar. It has a schedule for significant aspects of the board's upcoming work, including monitoring the district performance, matters related to district budget, bond, and facility work, contracts, policies, personnel, evaluation of the super, and other items pertaining to major business of the board. So this is the time that board members, if they have questions, if they see anything missing, that they could ask that. Since my request earlier this month to actually move this item off of consent and put it into the full agenda item was not granted, I feel that it's best to limit my time when I'm asking for consideration of the issues on this agenda item, because it wasn't considered as a full agenda item, so it was planned to have de minimis amount of time. I'm going to use Sean's word. Anyhow, so I'm going to limit my time and request just 3 items to be considered on this, on the agenda, and I have a question about our motion when we get there. So here's what I'd like to discuss adding. Number 1, we have reviewed teacher contracts before, teacher contract renewals on our calendar, but when we do that, before we discuss budget or compensation, we have had our teachers reach out to us. Yeah, we had, you can keep going, but we've had our teachers reach out to us, and we've stated as a board, that's how, I mean, same thing, right? We've stated as a board as this is important to us. And so I'd like for us to consider kind of the order of the discussion of when we're putting this on our calendar. So I reached out to Pete quite some time ago, a few weeks ago, and I asked him again tonight. One of the suggestions I asked him was, how did he feel about taking the budget calendar that we've developed and talked about as a board and actually getting that onto the agenda calendar, so that our budget items do have some discussion before the teacher contract renewal, and align these discussions. So it doesn't feel, that contract renewal discussion doesn't feel unmoored from the work we're doing as a board. Anna, you may have more, so there may be other ways. Do you want me to go to 2 or 3, or you want to hit this item right now? Let's go.
For what I wanted to piggyback on is, every year when we are in compensation season with that big meeting, I know board members get frustrated because the teachers' contracts are due before we make a final decision for the compensation plan. And so what we would, I know last year we extended the teacher contract because that next night we had a numerous amount of teachers sign their contract once they knew what our compensation plan is. So I don't know how the other board members feel, but I would prefer that we make that compensation and benefit report available before teachers have to sign their contract. It's just not fair to ask teachers to sign a contract before they know what their compensation is.
Okay, so I'm going to phone a friend and or friends and ask for Carrie Lynn to come on up, and Pete as well, just so that we can talk through those pieces.
And Anna, since we didn't get to talk as a board, I brought my one, and I thought,
did you like my look at you? I'm like, you stole my thing.
I know, no. Add to it, please.
So the schedule for teacher contracts this year is to go out April 22nd through May 3rd. As required by the Education Code, we have to have the contracts to them 10 days prior to the last day of instruction, which for us this year is May 10th. So we also have to take into consideration, we have to allow people time to sign their contracts. We have hundreds of people on leave. We have to track people down. So we have to have some processing time before people leave for the school year, which is May 22nd this year. So it's very early. Now, what I heard Anna, you say is making the presentation available. Our plan is to bring the compensation presentation the second meeting in April as a first review, and then approval that second meeting in May. So that's our tentative timeline right now, which if the ask is to just have the presentation available before they sign their contracts, we can certainly do that.
So we've done that before. And I remember last year we pushed back because we're getting a lot of feedback from teachers, and I believe the year before, I'm trying to find the email, but I remember the board pushing back completely because we wanted to move that contract sign date after we made that final vote for the compensation plan.
Yeah, we extended the signing a week to give them a little bit more time, so we extended it to May 12th. We also ended the year a little bit later, and we ended the year May 31st, I believe, so it gave us a little more time. This year is going to create some additional time challenges because we have to have those contracts back before they leave for the year. The other point I would make is that the teachers have a penalty-free resignation date, which this year that is June 30th. Actually, that's a Saturday or a Sunday, so it's July 1st is the Monday. There is no penalty, there is nothing that disallows a teacher from resigning prior to that date. There's no penalty, they can resign if they accept their contract, but that gives us the opportunity to know who is returning. We can begin hiring. So to delay that delays our hiring and getting the best quality candidates onto our campuses for those who are planning to leave. So, you know, they could have the information. They can, if what the board approves is not satisfying to them, they can certainly resign prior to that penalty-free resignation date of July 1.
I guess I'm just confused because when we did it, when the board went against and we did the 5%, we actually, I have a date in here, was May 19th. And so I'm just trying to understand, because, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but to our educators and our staff out there, that's, I mean, they're not, it's just, they want to know before they put in that renewal. I mean, this is their livelihood. This is how they make a living. So I'm just trying to understand, is it policy that's preventing us from having this conversation moved up? Like, I personally want the board to have that compensation plan done, and then I'd like to see either a week later or even a couple days later, that's when teachers are due to sign their contract.
If we, well, there's a lot of moving parts to that question. So, and Pete is going to play into that as well, because once you approve the compensation, that's 88% of the budget. You basically approved the budget. So, I think from Pete's perspective, I'll let him speak. You have to be very comfortable that the funding is in a place and the budget is in place when you approve that, the compensation plan, to know that everything is pretty much settled.
Can I ask for clarification? Because I'm a little confused. So the compensation plan, you're planning to bring that after the teacher contract renewal, right?
Well, it's right now what we have on the calendar is bringing it the second meeting in April for review, and then for approval the first meeting in May.
Wait, approval of what at the first meeting in May?
The compensation.
Okay, but in May, but when I'm looking here at the calendar,
It says
March. Yeah, March 7th.
1st.
Well, I see March 7th is the teacher contract renewal.
Yeah, you're right, Trish. And then
But we're saying May's when we need to do it, so I'm confused on why that's here on the date, March 7th.
So the dates on the board planning calendar are an ideal goal. Yeah, we would love to have the the teacher contracts in March, and for many, many years we did administrators in February, teachers in March for a decade. That's how we presented those contracts. So as the environment has shifted, we've shifted those dates, and we've also shifted the time of the year ending, which has shifted some of those timelines. So trying to give people as close to we can as the compensation committee. So we have our own spring timelines that sometimes vary from the board planning calendar based on calendars, budget, legislative year, different things like that. So when we sat down this week to schedule out the spring timeline, we do that annually. What we were looking at was April 22nd to May 3rd for the teacher contract window.
Well, if that is, then maybe discussion, if it's April 25th, then maybe the compensation can be the week before, and then Pete only has to hand up. I'm just wondering if there's a way to get that compensation before, given the dates that you're giving us. And I'm not trying to change y'all's time, but when we're looking here on the agenda planning, like we're saying this is our goals, and our goals would be, and I know that things might have to happen, we might have to change things. Legislative session could come in and give us a whole bunch of money. Girl could dream. But And so we'll need to change accordingly, but this is supposed to be what our board's goal is, our vision, what we'd like to do. And I think we've had questions about this 2 years in a row, right?
Since I've been on the board, we have had this question, and I've gone through and I've pulled my emails out, and each time we as a board have asked for it to be extended, and it has. So I guess my question is, you had made a point that this is just kind of this is not a set in stone thing.
Right.
So then
It's
my
reviewed every
question
year.
is then, so when board members have that agenda review meeting, could we just essentially move it off and put it where we want to do it?
Within our ability to meet the requirements of the law.
So as long as it's in that time frame, because I'm just looking at past, last year, for example, we ended at the same time. I'm just trying to get an idea of if we were able to do it the last 2 years, right? I'm assuming that the power now is in the board when that board agenda review happens, and we as a board and that committee can say, no, we don't want to have that on this agenda. We'll move it till after we make the final approval of the compensation plan.
So explain again the timelines, because we have strict timelines on teacher contracts.
Correct.
And observe that board does not approve teacher contracts.
Correct. So we have to have teacher contracts to them 10 days prior to the last day of instruction. That is a non-negotiable. We have to have time to allow them to sign it, to track people down, because you'd be surprised, we have 3,000 people that are signing contracts that don't sign them, and we're still tracking people down 3 weeks after we close the date. So we have to have time before people leave for the summer to ensure that we know who's returning the next year. I will also say there's a very large group of teachers and people who get contracts that want them in February, that want them much earlier. So they may not be as vocal as the teacher group that wants them later, but we do have a significant number of teachers who want to ensure that they have a job coming into the next year. So I think we have to balance the needs of all staff in this decision.
I agree with that. I think for me is just, again, looking at the history, we know that one time, and when we had that compensation plan, we needed to, and we had over, I want to say 1,100 contracts not signed, and that next day we had over 900. And so I think that's where I'm trying to piece it together, is our staff is really watching these meetings, and especially that compensation plan. And so for me, as a board member, I want to make sure that our staff understands that they know what they're getting themselves into, because at the end of the day, it's their livelihood, it's how they pay for things, it's how they live.
Absolutely, and if they're not satisfied, they can absolutely resign after the compensation is approved. I hear what you're saying. We can extend it as late as we can, but
So I think it's not so much about extending the contract signing, it's perhaps because what's more flexible is about moving the compensation plan approval up, but there's a couple of issues with that. So do you want to speak to what the issues are with moving the compensation plan too early?
well, because we may not have what our districts around us are going to be doing. We may not, in the legislative years, we may not know the funding. So we would have to come back. We may have to present a lower compensation recommendation until we know what the legislature or other budget implications may be. Also, we don't get the market data until December or January, so we have to have time to analyze the data and put a recommendation together. So there's a lot of moving parts to that process as well. That is not a quick turnaround. It takes us weeks and weeks to put that data together. This year, we're getting the data even later from TASB because they extended the survey dates because people weren't responding, and so it's pushing us out. So it's just such a large process. We have to have time to collect all the data and put it together.
I think the other thing to remember is that we do something in this district that I hadn't really seen in a lot of other districts, and that is provide assumptions that the board approve early on in the budget process. One of those assumptions is what percentage of raise are we looking at to give the staff? And that's board approved, which gives some assurance as to at least what we're working on in the budget. So I think that's something else to take into consideration.
Yeah, I was going to just add that usually we do the assumption. Usually we start off at 2% as a compensation increase, and then usually goes up, but I mean, but we always, at least the teachers or any employee will know once the assumptions are approved, which is usually very early in the process, January-ish, they know that at minimum it's going to be a 2% compensation increase, and knowing that it could go higher. Like Trish mentioned, you know, if the legislature does step up and provide, they pass something, then whatever they pass will be calculated into our revenue, and then we'll recalculate what kind of a raise we're looking for, or what kind of increase we can do to that 2%. Like last year we started with 2, we ended with, I think we ended with, I want to say, is it 4? 4. I don't know why 3 was in my head, but I mean, I know that, you know, we start with 2, very conservative. You know, I've been in 6 districts. 3 of the districts I've been in have been in very similar, high competitive, a lot of neighboring districts. And so sometimes there's a disadvantage to be the first one out. That's why we kind of do the 2. We start there. We don't want to set the, you know, we don't want to start with 3 or 4, then everybody thinks they got to match it, beat it, and then we have to come back at the end. So we just start with 2, and then we're able to really calculate what the revenues available, or whatever the legislature does, and then what we can do, and how willing we are to go within our 3% deficit, again, assumption that has been approved by the board. So I think, you know, I understand what the board is saying. I mean, I truly do. Because, you know, everyone would love to be able to know exactly what that conversation is going to be. And if you'd have asked me this question 6 months ago, I'd have said, oh yeah, easy peasy. The legislature's going to do it in the summer. We're going to know what we're going to have. It's a non-legislative spring. I'm glad you didn't ask me this 6 months ago, because that is not the case. And we're basically, this might as well be this may be last year all over again. We're still going to be in session a lot later. Definitely later than what we ever had anticipated this spring, this year would be. You know, I can get with Carolina, we can see what flexibility we have, but I still think going forward, probably the best way is still going to be the assumption method, and then always knowing that's the minimum, and we can add to it. And if the legislature does something a lot earlier in the process, they do something early in January, that changes our game as well, and we can get on board earlier. Now, depending on what is passed, if it's one of the Senate bills, you know, it's a little different. If it's the House bill or some version of that, that is basically, you know, it's a $4,000 raise plus a pretty significant amount on the basic allotment, if that's what goes toward. If the House bill is passed now, then it's a $4,000 one-time payment to the employees in this current year whenever it's adopted. So that will play into it. That will play into it as well. But you know, I think in a perfect world, I think both when HR and the Financial Services Department sit down and do the budget calendar, we would be right in line. However, due to a few unique issues with just being in a highly competitive area, knowing that we do have the assumption as our backup, and then being in a position to where if you do start it out early, then it kind of reciprocates, and then it takes away from other things that we can do. I think Carol and I will meet. We'll do our best, but I do believe there's a very high possibility that we may not be able to make the significant adjustment that maybe we're talking about, but at least we can make a minor adjustment. But again, I think we need to remember that we do have the board adopted assumption, and that's your fallback. And at a worst case scenario, that's what it would be, the 2% based on prior, but it could be higher. And as Carolyn mentioned as well, and then when you sign your contract for the next year, you have that probation period basically up until June 30th. And I got it. Ideally, you wouldn't want to have somebody to resign. I mean, I'm with you. I got that. And if there's a way around that, we can definitely look at that. But again, I think this year with the legislative session, I mean, we can build a budget, and here's what it's going to end up being, but what we actually adopt may be very contingent upon what the legislature does. And the last thing we want to do, I always try to under-promise, over-deliver. So the last thing I want to do is put a false hope of a higher amount out there beforehand, and then have to scale it back. So it's a balance act, and I appreciate what we're trying to do, because I think if the perfect world, we want to do that as well. But I think given all all the ins and outs and the requirements and the dates and the deadlines. I just don't want to put us in a position to where we're either going to allow another district to maybe beat us in the game or trump us, if you will, or the next one is we put something out there that we have to scale back, and that's the last thing I'd ever want to do. So, I mean, but we understand, and I fully appreciate, but I just don't want to, my concern is if we try to appease that, we may put ourselves in even a more difficult situation that does more harm to the morale of our teachers and knowing what they're going to do than we're trying to solve. So it's a balance. I got that.
So did I understand correctly that you'll bring us the proposed compensation plan the beginning of April? And that's just the discussion. Did I understand that correctly? And then we vote on it the second week in April?
The second meeting in April, and then vote.
The second meeting in April.
Second meeting in April. That's what we have tentatively right now.
Okay, so is there really that big of a difference in, I don't know, legislative changes or anything like that for us just to simply shift that forward so that we're discussing the plan the beginning of April and then voting on it at the end of April so that that ensures that we're done? Because my concern is we're going on now, like Anna said, this is 2 years of all of the teachers saying they're not comfortable with this. Personally, I probably wouldn't be either. I don't love signing a contract if I don't definitely know what the terms are. And I understand the resignation period, but 2 years in a row, we've had huge numbers of educators tell us this is not working for them, they're not comfortable with it. So is there really that big of a difference in circumstance for us just to shift that one meeting up? Because then that puts us before the end of their contract period.
I can't give you a definite answer right now. Not knowing when we're going to get the market data, we can definitely make every effort to do that. But I don't want to commit to something and then we don't get the data that we need, or, you know, we want to make sure that we're providing a good recommendation. But we can definitely work on that.
And I think that's why I brought this up, is because the last 2 years, we've had the same situation happen, and we were updated through our board chat. Hey, guess what? We heard your concerns. We're going to move the date back to May 19th, May 15th. And so my reasoning was doing this was to avoid that confusion and having to get the board into the weeds and having to focus on that when we should be focusing on other things. So the way I'm looking at it is, if we've done it 2 years in a row, listening to our staff, they were not comfortable. So why don't we fix this?
Because the calendar changes, the end date changes of the school year, that changes the 10 days that we're required to meet. So there's many reasons that, you know, things that come up within the year that creates issues for.
I'll have to have this conversation online, because I have a lot of more data that I'm like, I just got some more questions.
Sure.
So Pete, just to make sure we close this, and may I say, I hope this doesn't count against my minutes. I promised you, I timed it down. It was really a quick question to pull it off consent. This is an agenda item. Pete, we talked earlier about the budget timeline being reflected in our agenda so that we're all on the same page. I think that helps tremendously, and I do not see that in here right now. What I see in here is Business and Finance Monthly Report, Business and Finance Monthly Report. The time that it actually gets a little interesting is it says Budget Status Position Actual, Friday Memo. So I'm thinking, okay, well, that one's not going to be a presentation. So I think, given that, this is a tool that we use to kind of plan out, or when we can ask if we could get that budget development calendar that you already have in place, and we can get it reflected in here. I think that gets us at least a little closer to where we want to be.
No, not a problem. And we're in the process of, I think we have a very good budget calendar kind of January through June. What the Financial Services Department has been kind of working is kind of that September through December, or at least November, December. We're trying to do move a presentation. So kind of what we're trying to do is, I think we changed our fiscal year a couple of years ago, and a lot of our budget calendar really never moved back 2 months And so we're not, and I'm not saying everything just moves back 2 months. The things that we can keep as we'll keep, but we are trying to just review everything to see what needs to be moved, and that we can work that into that process and then tie that into to the board planning calendar. So that way, I mean, you can look at it at a glance and know exactly what is there. And if there are some questions or concerns, they can be brought up, well in advance, and we can make those necessary adjustments or tweaks.
All right, so I'll go to the other two quickly. One is, I'm curious what the board appetite is. There's currently nothing on our agenda calendar on an update on the bond work progress from Jimmy. And so, I'm not saying that that should be a significantly large item, nor am I saying it needs to be at every meeting. It could be quarterly or even once a month. But it's how we spend taxpayer dollars, and so some kind of update that says we're on time and on budget. Board, is there objection to having that in our calendar?
No, I just had a question because we have the bond status report. Are you wanting something more than that? Okay,
Yes.
that's all I was asking
Yes,
for.
it's not just the bond stat, it's like, we're building elementary 30. We just did the master plan, and it's just that touch in to say, yes, here's the project we're working on, we're on time, we're on budget.
That makes sense.
There's so many projects.
Can you clarify for us, we used to have something like that on the agenda that we removed from the agenda?
Mhm.
Is that the same thing, or is it something different?
It can be similar to that, but it did get sometimes lengthy with a lot of details on tons of different things, the flooring and all the different pieces, and I think we could probably do a higher level, quick update. Jimmy and I had talked before about kind of how that could look quicker.
Would that be maybe more of a board memo item, and then if there are questions on specific projects, you could bring those forward?
Well, my thought is like, when you think of something like, something like when we're talking about like the LHS master plan, like there's updates of like, okay, we did this, we worked on it, we're on time, we're on budget. So I don't see it being a long discussion item, but it is kind of that taxpayer dollar efficiency staying on. And then again, board appetite on this of wherever y'all want to go.
I do remember at leadership this summer that it was presented to the staff a spread chart of what bond projects were, and we were told board would get that, and we haven't got that. So I would love that in a Friday memo because, well, I mean, this gave us a good outline as to what's being expected, and it was all highlighted and color-coded. Would that be okay, or do you want an actual presentation?
Well, and I think presentation is way overdone, but I do think there is something that is a few minutes to drop in. Here's my concern. We have a lot of bond dollars and bond projects moving, and there is nothing on our board calendar. And so how do we find a happy, and to your point, man, I would not want to see an additional presentation at every meeting. That could be way too long. So I don't know if it's 6 months update or something, but.
Am I right in saying that we're developing a bond website? Okay, can we make sure that we see that
let's do
first
that.
before we do this? Because
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think that might clear up some of the.
Absolutely, that would be great. I would love that.
And
Okay,
can-
then my
real
other
quick,
question.
Can we get that spreadsheet too, Jimmy, please?
We're
There was a
not-
spreadsheet.
We're not sure what you're talking about.
So there was at leadership this summer. We were sitting in, I know the classroom, it was a science classroom, and there was a spreadsheet of the bond projects, and it had this project will be started on 2023. This project will be started on such and such and such. I have a screenshot of it. I can send it if I need to. Okay.
And then the last one is a counseling update. So I did not coordinate with speaker number one, but speaker number one's questions were timely, talking about student mental health and stress. I am glad to see that we do have our regular update coming back on our counseling update, but sometimes when we get that report, it tells us a lot about that program in that one area, but do we really understand the stress and anxiety in general our students and our staff are impacted by? Do we have anything in our discussion, our calendar, talking about supporting the emotional well-being of our students? So I'd like us to consider, and I don't think we can put that in our calendar right now, but I would like us as a board to consider providing some type of other update that really kind of tells us about the stress and anxiety holistically going on in our district. Actually, it also might be timely if we get a report in conjunction with our dashboard update that we keep talking about on our recommendations from our CISAC. And if y'all remember, our CISAC made a recommendation addressing mental health. And so it'd be great to hear actually, and this one I will recommend for our calendar, is at least an update on the recommendations made by CISAC. So we have on our calendar when CISAC presents, but what we don't have on our calendar is any type of check-in on how their recommendations are doing. And I remember when we were talking to the students, and I said, what is one thing you want to see happen? And they said, I just want to make sure that their work and their time and their recommendations were for naught. And I do feel like that would be more than a board memo. I do think that would be good for the board to have a presentation on. And that's all the main pieces I had, other than a question on motion when we get there.
I have a comment, and it has to do with the column where we have a student growth column, and it has to do with paying more attention to our equitable access data. I do see one area where we do have a formative review, but it would be nice to have more in-depth discussion on equitable access data. Just added to the calendar. Thanks.
Any other questions, board members?
I do. I have a question about the motion, and then I'd like to make a suggestion. If we were going to approve this tonight, I was going to make the suggestion that we clarify the motion to say that I move the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2024 board agenda calendar with all the items to be considered for deliberation as presented. And the reason I would have said that is because what it doesn't tell you is which of those items that are on the agenda are going to consent and which ones we're going to actually deliberate. And so I would have made a motion that we deliberate on all of it. Just because right now, I'll give you an example. Let's take the academic calendar. That's on our calendar right now. And I heard something in December. Some teachers, students told me, oh my goodness, this is something you need to make sure you share with the board. And let's say I get a friend and I say, okay, I have 2 people and we want it on the agenda. But then president or our present leadership comes to me and says, no, it's on our calendar, it's coming up. We're not gonna put it on the agenda because that is what our board operating procedures actually dictate, is that as a president, you need to look at the agenda calendar because we can't be rehashing things out over and over and over again. We gotta move forward. But let's say through some course of action, when leadership looks at it, they go and they put it on consent. Had I known that it was gonna be on consent, then I would have used my other person and said, hey, we need to do that. But you don't get that right now, and there's no way in our current process to remove something ahead of time off of consent. You can only do it at the board meeting. This item has taken so long for us to discuss, and it really impacts for leadership when they're planning all the stuff we were gonna discuss tonight. I feel, I don't wanna hold up the process. I've already limited my discussion, and I'm sure other board members are going, man, it's late. This was a bigger item than I thought. So I feel that if we're not gonna have a clarity on being able to move an item like by writing consent ahead of time, then for our agenda item, if this is the tool that our board operating procedure says we use to guide whether or not trustees can put an item on the agenda in the future, then my request would be that all the items there are all up for deliberation. That way it's not counted against us and moved into consent, if that makes any sense. I don't have an answer for any of this, and it seems like we have a lot of questions. So I was thinking I was gonna move to table.
Yeah, because I feel like the conversation you're having is more of a board discussion to have, and maybe board ops, but I don't know how they're gonna play into our consent, considering the board agenda review essentially comes back to president, vice president, and a board member. So I personally, if the board is okay with this consent talk, to have it at a later discussion, because I know that this is a topic that some of us have been talking about, and so I'd like, if you're okay with that, to not really include it in this, but more of a board discussion on consent.
I don't mind that. We just need to be clear that if this agenda calendar that we adopt, our board operating procedure says, once we adopt this, then leadership will use this when we're asking to put an item on the calendar. And if leadership's using it, and it's gonna go in the consent, then how are we communicating? Because what happens if you have something you want to talk about that you did have a second with? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
But I
just think it needs to be a different,
That's great.
different subject, so.
Let's move that, and it's getting later, so do you want me to move to table?
I
Yeah?
think we should table it.
Okay, so for right now, and I guess lawyer, just make sure I've got this right, is what I'd like to do is move that we table for a future meeting, consider approval of the 2023-2024 board agenda planning calendar and put it on an agenda for further discussion.
Second.
Before we do that, is there any time sensitivity to this? No?
No, I think we're fine. We can look at all of this and have further discussion.
I do have a question, because last year during our board retreat, we did work on our board calendar, correct, right? And so when we worked on that, did y'all use that, what y'all use to basically craft this year's board calendars?
Yes, ma'am. Also, over the summer, we had sought feedback from each board member about what worked in this board agenda planning calendar, what didn't, and that helped to inform any changes that you see.
All right.
And thank you so much for all the work. We even see you tying it into our strategic plan, which is really, there is a lot of good work here. I just think there's some board discussion that might still be needed.
Okay, so we're tabling it? Yeah. We have a motion to table it? We have to have a vote? We have a second. It was Sade. We have a motion from Trish, a second from Sade. I've never done this before. Any discussion? All those in favor to table this to a later date, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? 0. Motion passes. Board members, be ready for that conversation. Please get with Sarah for more questions, so you're ready to have this conversation at the next board meeting. And now we are finally to our superintendent's report. Bruce, take it away.
All right, thank you, Madam Vice President. There we go. We wanted to highlight and express our gratitude to LEAF again. They did their grant patrol, and Francesca got to do her first one and had a good time. And so you can see them up here. They awarded 18 grants across the district, totaling over $8,000 in educational programs and initiatives, and professional development opportunities for our staff. So we're very grateful to LEAF. I want to talk tonight a little bit about something that the board approved at a prior meeting concerning the culture of voting in the district, and we want to continue to encourage folks. As you know, early voting is happening right now for the November 7th election. It's very easy to do because now you can vote anywhere in the county that you reside in, and so what we're trying to do is really encourage a couple of different things. Number one, we want to encourage people to be registered to vote, and so as part of our Culture of Voting campaign, we have been encouraging voters to register for elections prior, and so of course for this one, we have been putting out several messages to help people to register to vote, and we've also been providing opportunities for them across the district to actually register and get that process done, and so we wanted to highlight that. The second thing that we're trying to do is make sure that folks are educated once they're registered about what's actually on the ballot. And so a couple of examples of what we're putting out here is we have multiple, I think 14 different constitutional proposition changes on the current ballot. A couple of those affect us directly. Proposition 9 is about the cost of living adjustment for our retired teachers, and so We want to make sure that folks really understand what that proposition is about so that when they get in the ballot, they can make an educated decision. This culture of voting push that we're having is got nothing to do with telling people how to vote. It simply has to do with the fact of please register, educate yourself, and then get to the ballot and vote your conscience. Proposition 4 is the amendment that would increase the homestead exemption for school districts from $40,000 to $100,000. You saw that pass in legislation during the session, but it does have to, of course, go to the voters since it's a constitutional change. So we want to make sure that folks understand what that means. One of the other things is that affects the school district is the Williamson County has a bond proposition, a couple of bond propositions on this ballot, and so making sure that folks understand what's on there. And again, just like when we educate voters about items that we have, Williamson County is putting out factual information. This is not information that's designed to sway one way or another, just making sure that folks really understand what these propositions are about, where they can get that voting information and the tax impact that those propositions have. One of the others on there is the Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 9. This is a special election for a sales and use tax that's in the Health and Safety Code. And so want to really make sure that folks understand what this means and what that means for ESD number 9 in Williamson County. And then we want to make sure that we're actually getting folks out to the ballot boxes as much as possible, and so we continue to send reminders about when election is, what's happening with early voting, and you'll see lots of those things going out across the district. The last thing I want to just share with you is just an example of some of the things that our learners are doing across the district. And so you have at your table this publication that was produced by some of our students at Leander High School. And so I just wanted to give you an example of things that are happening in the district that are way above and beyond. I mean, this is an incredible publication put on by our HOSA students about all of the things that they're engaged in the learning in the district. And so just wanted to make sure that we shared that with you. And with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Board members, any questions? Sorry, I was looking at the book. This is some pretty intense things.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm sure they'd love to answer any questions that you have.
Oh,
about
I'm
it,
going to
too.
ask. I have some questions. Board members, any questions? Is it okay if we take a 5-minute break and then we're going to rock it out? All right, board, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back to knock it out. All right, board, we are back from our quick little 5-minute break. And we will now go to 7A1, the annual House Bill 3 and academic overview. Hello, Krista. Hello, Chris.
Hello. Good
Welcome.
evening, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing. Thank you for having us this evening. Tonight, the purpose of this presentation is to provide the Board of Trustees an update on the district's progress toward our House Bill 3 goals. One of the things I want to remind you is House Bill 3 was established by the 86th legislature in 2019, and so the goals that you're going to see tonight were set in 2019 and adopted by the board in that same year. And so annually, we're required to come and give you an update on how we're progressing towards that, those particular goals and monitoring our data and professional learning plans. And so the area of House Bill 3, since it's so large, what we're concentrating on tonight is our early childhood literacy and math proficiency, as well as our college and career military readiness data.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get us started with the House Bill 3 reading data. Just a couple of things to point out before we start. Typically, we look at STAR data from a past perspective, which is our approaches. House Bill 3 requires that we report this data to the board based on the percentage of students who hit the meets expectation, which is beyond passing. It's a higher standard. So when you look at the data, just remember that this is a higher standard of pass. We're going to get to, on the back side of this presentation, some of the action steps that we're taking. So as we go through the data, just know that we're going to get to that eventually. So this first slide, just let me orient you to it a little bit. So we do refer to this as early childhood, but it is third grade STAR data. It's kind of viewed as a culmination of what a child experiences from K1 and 2, which is the reference to it as early childhood. So what this slide shows is the percentage of all LISD third graders who achieved that meets grade level, starting with 2018-19, which was the baseline year was the year for baseline data when setting the goals. So when the board actually approved those goals, I believe in 2019, and then 2019-20 all the way through 22-23. Obviously, 19-20 is the year that there was no STAR due to the pandemic. So you'll notice a slight dip in performance this year at this meets expectations level. A couple of things to point out is that the third graders in 22-23 were kindergartners in the 19-20 year, and then first graders in the 20-21 year. Another factor to consider is that STAR was reformatted for the reading last year with the inclusion of some open extended construction responses where students aren't choosing multiple choice answers. This next slide is just to provide a little bit of perspective for you. Back to that point about we report this data at meets, but it does just give context to that data at the higher standard. This is our overall passage rates for that same time period on STAR for our third graders. House Bill 3 does also require that we break out this data in various student groups. So here, this slide is broken out by race and ethnicity. Because of the number of groups represented by the lines, it's hard to put our goal on top of that without it being confusing because there's goals for each one of these groups of students. But you can see the final goals on those two far right columns for each of the student groups. Then this slide is very similar. It's broken out by different groups, and this is by participation in different programming in the district. It's hard to see the goals on this. All three of the groups that are represented here do have an end goal of 60%. One of the things that we talked about when looking at this data is that our focus in LISD is on parity, and that is a process. And so this is data that we take very seriously. Some of the actions that we're putting in place that we'll talk about at the end will help address and help us achieve that parity in our district. This slide also provides a little perspective to the previous one. When we look at a compilation of academic performance of all students, grades 3 all the way through English 2, when you compile all that data together, at the meets and masters, you can see the 22-23 performance represented by the blue bars. But if you look on the far right, that shows the percentage of increase for those groups of students that were in those previous 2 slides. So looking at the data with just the 3rd grade lens shows one perspective, but looking at this holistically, all students that took any STAR test, you can see there's a different perspective and shows growth. All right, so moving right along. STAR data gives us a snapshot, so progress monitoring is something that's very important, so we can actually respond while the students are sitting in seats in the classrooms. So our progress monitoring data for reading is based off of ISIP, which is iStation. It's a computer adaptive test, which means that as students get questions correct, the questions get harder, and as they get questions incorrect, the questions get easier. The data is, or I'm sorry, the achievement is also scored differently than a STAR. So ISIP does not have a cut, pass, or fail score like a STAR test does. There's not mastery of TEKS. It's simply showing performance of students in comparison to others who also took the same assessment across the nation. So we report this data for you here for students that have achieved the 40th percentile or above. So basically what that means is that if a student performs at the 40th percentile, they have achieved higher than 39% of the students that took this test throughout the United States in their grade level. It's important to point out that kids that are below the 40th percentile it's not that they're necessarily not reading or that they're not on grade level. There's a lot of factors here. This is a time test, so some students read a little bit slower when they're reading the questions. It could be a time factor. There's a variety of things. So this is a beginning of year view that shows you the percentage of students at that 40th percentile sitting in these grades right now. I thought you were pointing at me. There's a screen down there, right? I was like, what? All right, so just a little a different view here. This is also based on the ISIP data, but this takes a view of a cohort view of students. So these students are currently in 4th grade, and they were last year's 3rd graders that we just reported on for the House Bill 3 requirements. But it shows their performance on the ISIP throughout their schooling. So starting with kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and you can see how they progress. It's interesting to look. You can see those hash marks there at the middle of year 3rd grade, that yellow bar, how they performed on STAR as a group in comparison to their performance on ISIP. Same view, just a different cohort of kids. These are the students we reported on for House Bill 3 2 years ago. They are now in 5th grade. And again, for comparison, you can just see the STAR meets and approaches overlaid on the 3rd and 4th grade year.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
In the 4th grade, there's a STAR by the 2022-23 year.
Yes.
And it's also on slides 12 and 13, and I'm just curious what that STAR means.
I'm not sure, to be real honest. Redesign of STAR. Thank you very much. All right, this is the same graph, but again, it's the cohort from a couple years back that we reported on for House Bill 3 in 3rd grade. They are now in 6th grade, and we have laid those same STAR scores over those as well. I know I'm going quickly, so just let me know if there's... All right, so we will jump now to the math data. Here you see performance of our third graders on STAR Math. Again, just as a reminder, this is students who hit the meets grade level, which is above passing standard. You can see that our students are definitely increasing in performance at that level in LISD. For context, this is the percentage of students that are achieving approaches grade level. And then just like with reading, we have broken the data out into different student groups as required by House Bill 3, and this is the race and ethnic. These are the groups that represent race and ethnicity. And then another slide very similar, another graph very similar. These are the groups of students by participation in various programs or who qualify as economically disadvantaged. And then for context, just as we did with the reading data, we compiled student performance on all STAR and EOC assessments at the meets and master's level. The bar graph shows performance for 22-23, but the growth is indicated on the far right on those columns. And for progress monitoring with math, we use MAP, a different assessment that's very similar to ISIP in the way that it is administered. It's computer adaptive, so as questions get harder, as questions are answered correctly, they get harder and vice versa. And we're reporting that data in the same way. We're showing you the percentage of students that are at the 40th percentile or above. So you can see there, this is beginning of year, all grades, students that are sitting in these grades in LISD right now. And then we've broken these into cohorts, just like we did with ISIP. We don't have as much data going back with these students because MAP was just started. This is our third year for elementary and middle school, but it's the same format. So these are last year's third graders. They are now in fourth grade, and you can see the STAR overlay for approaches and meets. And then these are our current fifth graders that were reported on for House Bill 3 2 years ago in 21-22 with the STAR data labeled again. And these are current sixth graders. All right, so we'll transition to CCMR at this time.
So now we'll, go ahead.
So before we go there, can you just go back to slide 13? I just want to point something interesting out.
Which one is 13? 13?
Yeah. If it's interesting to look at this because I think this is a great example of the difference between ISIP, which is universal screener,
Yes.
thank you, data versus STAR data. And you'll notice that we keep talking about the consistency of the universal screener data and how that is, but look at what's happening to the STAR data over. This is the same cohort of kids, right, as they progress from grade to grade, and they're steadily improving in their STAR performance, but their foundational data is very flat. And so it's just a great example of being careful how to read the data to make sure that we understand that in the universal screeners, the difficulty of these tests are increasing constantly, whereas in that it's just a different kind of test altogether. But this is exactly what we're trying to accomplish with these cohorts of kids over time.
And I believe it was, the ISIP was renormed in 22, 23, I believe, it was renormed. And so to achieve the 40th percentile becomes more difficult, to your point. That's just another factor to consider as well.
So we are now going to talk about our college, career, and military readiness data. And so we saw how students are entering into our system, and then we're going to talk about how they exit our system. One of the things to note, though, is that this data is delayed reporting. And so you'll notice that we're reporting on the class of 22. So we just graduated the class of 23 last year, but this is the class before them of 2022. And so what you see there in the gray are the goals that we set in 2019 as a district for our CCMR data. The blue is how the district has done over the past few years, including what would be reported out this year for the class of 2022. What you are missing there is the state actual data for the class of 2022, because that gets reported out with accountability, and we do not have that yet because it's delayed. And so, but you can see the trend of where the state has been the 4 years prior. One thing to note is even though we see a decrease of 1% from 21 to 22, in the class of 22 were juniors, where we normally offer the in-school SAT day during the 2021 school year, which was when we had a significant amount of our students who were some in person and some at home still. So they were doing that hybrid. And so it seems a while since we've kind of come from COVID, but what you're seeing here in this reporting are still the impacts that we might have. And so for us to decrease by 1 percentage point, knowing that these particular students had that impact, I think was quite great for that particular group. As you look, this next slide is by race and ethnicity. You'll also see our goals for each one of our student groups here, as well as how we performed in the for the class of 2022. And then much like the early childhood literacy and math, you'll see it also reported out, CCMR reported out for our students who receive special education services, who receive emergent bilingual services, and who are deemed as economically disadvantaged. You do see a decrease in our emergent bilingual, and I want to speak to that a little bit. These are the students, this is not if you've ever been an emergent bilingual, these are the students who are still coded as and qualify as emergent bilinguals upon their graduation. And so the number of students who qualify, I had Emily pull this, was 129 students total out of all of our seniors who qualified that year of 2022. And so these are students who they may qualify because they just haven't met the criteria to exit, but some of these students may qualify because they entered our system as late. So they may have entered our system as sophomores and maybe newcomers to our system. And so after this presentation, you'll hear about our emergent bilingual programs, and we'll give you a little bit more information about who those students are, so you can understand kind of the increase in enrollment of our emergent bilingual students as well. But because of the small group size you have there, the impact of COVID, and then the understanding of when they enter into our system, you see part of a drop there. And then what you see here is, remember, there are multiple ways you can get college, career, and military readiness. Predominantly, our students will meet that through our TSI, or Texas Success Initiative, and they meet that in both ELA and math. They can do that through taking the SAT. They can do that through taking the TSIA, which is the assessment that coordinates with that. You'll also see on the right, though, other ways our students can also achieve college, career, and military readiness. And so the blue shows how they achieved that through TSI. The yellow shows how they achieved it by other measures.
In the future, I still would love to see this, even if it's on one slide, broken out. So I see what's going on with our kiddos in dual credit, AP, IB, because if you're taking a dual credit course, you actually had to take that college entrance exam to get into college.
Right, and so what you will see there is most of those students will be included in the blue because they met that through TSI, through ELA and math, if they're taking some of those dual credit courses that they qualify for. So you'll see that as part of that blue, they'll be included there, because you're right, they had to take that particular exam, pass it to qualify to take those dual credit
And so
courses.
in that blue, that's combining my dual credit and my AP and my IB.
It could, because remember, so I may have met it in multiple ways. So I may have met it through meeting the TSI and through AP and through, right? So there are different ways that one student can meet. And so it's not necessarily as clear-cut one or the other in here. One thing I am happy to say is this past year, we had the most AP exams ever taken in Leander ISD with and our performance on those exams increased as well. And so as we talk about what we're doing to increase our college career military readiness across the board and through different methods, that's just one piece to highlight that we're starting to see an increase in. And then finally here, you know, with Trish, we were talking about how are we looking at TSI and how are we monitoring this, because this is delayed data, right? This is class of 2022. So each year what we do is we have our transition coordinators who will monitor this data on the campus of our students who are achieving and reaching CCMR status through TSI. And so what you're seeing here is just through TSI requirements. And so this could be through SAT or this could be through the TSIA, but this is only for that piece. But what we wanted to show you was you're already seeing an increase from January of senior year for class of 22 to that same time for class of 23, and then how they ended in May of both of those years. And so what we're starting to see is a trend upward in our students who are meeting that TSI requirement in reading and math. And so that's something to celebrate as we know that the campuses have been working very hard to help prepare their students for that.
All right, so I might take a little bit more time on this slide because it does respond to even some of the questions that were specifically asked about how we're addressing some of the discrepancies or disparity that that was shown in the data earlier. So for reading, one of the things that was done last spring, I believe, was that there was an internal program evaluation of the intervention model for early reading in our elementary schools, and it was determined that it weren't getting the results that we wanted, so to speak. So the Sprague team under Kimberly's leadership and some collaboration with some of the curriculum and instruction folks looked at redesigning that intervention model for our early literacy, early reading instruction, where kids are no longer pulled out and taken to a different place in the school. It's a push-in model, or if they are pulled out, you know, that we have those first grade community areas that are just right outside the classroom, so there's a lot less loss in instructional time. I was at Camacho, was that this morning? It seems like yesterday, but it was this morning, and so there were reading specialists pulling kids right there in the classroom and another group in the hall, and then the teacher pulling her group, and so you can see that it's maximizing that instructional time with kids. They're not missing other content or any reading instruction. They're staying in the classroom with their peers who are reading on grade level, and unless they're pulled with that teacher. All those little things make a huge difference in the reading the effectiveness of the reading intervention. So they're not missing other content. And so you saw some disparity in performance when we broke out that data by student group. So if we focus on good intervention for every single student and making sure that we're not letting any student slip through those cracks, we should see improvement in reaching parity, so to speak. I got off on a tangent and lost my place, sorry. So then some curricular work in conjunction with that intervention model was done to the phonics word study. So that's our primary resource for our phonics instruction in the district. And from feedback from teachers, again, this happened last spring, and even principals were giving feedback. The amount of resources that are included in that particular resource from that publisher, it's quite a lot for teachers to work through. The phonics, I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain it. So the phonics TEKS for K through 5 are ongoing, and they're circulated back through the TEKS frequently. So what the curriculum writing team did is take those TEKS and cycle them back through at the top of the unit in every in all of the curriculum documents. So it keeps it fresh in the teachers, like from a visual perspective, and it keeps it focused, and there's a more thought out and systematic way to address those TEKS. Another big thing that the team is doing is they're copying all of the resources that the K and 1 teachers need and having them delivered directly to the campuses so they're ready and available. It's kind of like if it's there and ready to go, then it is much more likely to happen. Not that any teacher is purposefully not doing it, but teachers, as you know, are juggling a lot of resources and planning for their instruction. So those were some big things that were done with curriculum. Again, just out visiting schools, we're seeing that more prevalent, especially in the early grades, but across all grade levels. So that's a focus area this year for sure. In addition to that, we provided training for all of our kindergarten, first grade teachers at the beginning of the year, and it is ongoing throughout the year in a variety of ways through visiting PLCs, district professional learning days, campus visits, etc. And then we also collaborated with our campus principals to develop some common look-fors in the classrooms, so principals are aware and know what they should be looking for when they go in to make sure that good phonics and intervention practice is happening. And that helps us monitor what's there. So those walkthroughs aren't done in an evaluative way for teachers. It's just simply to find out what is being done in the classrooms. From a math perspective, there's a big focus on use of our district curriculum. Again, there's a lot of resources available, and because of COVID and turnover and different things, it was time to make sure that every teacher had that training over our bridges, and then we have a new resource for secondary called Desmos. So every teacher received that training 2 through 6 in Algebra 1, and then focusing on these 8 effective practices in mathematics that come from the National Council of Teacher of Mathematics. Number Corner is a big part of it's like a daily routine in classrooms, and this is being discussed a lot at school improvement visits. We're seeing it, and it's very effective. It's a way to cycle the TEKs back through this daily routine in a classroom, using a calendar, identifying patterns, a lot of higher thinking skills. So that's a huge positive that we're seeing occur in the district as well. And then the last part of the initiative for math was the addition of some math specialists. So those are centralized staff, but we have them housed at 5 elementary campuses, and then there's 1 secondary specialist split between those 2 campuses. And in addition to that, there were some collaborative teachers that are focusing on working with students in grades 4 and 5. Let me back up. Those specialists primarily support teachers in the planning and implementation of curriculum. The collaborative teachers are working directly with students in grades 4 and 5, and you can see the 7 campuses where those are placed. I think I skipped it over, but we're also doing walkthroughs. We've developed those collaborative common look-fors in the math classrooms for principals and district staff to use as well. So I'll pause there, and before you go, if y'all have any questions.
Board members, any questions? Lucky y'all.
And then this is just what we're doing with our CCMR to help support our campuses with that. I would say the biggest thing that we do there is each of our high schools is very unique in some of their needs. And so it really is about going out to that campus, meeting with them. I know Camille talks very closely with our TCs to ensure that they're getting what they need in order to ensure that our students are TSI ready. And so it is really a combination and a collaboration between our district and campuses to support them.
Board members, do you have any questions? I do have questions, but I'm gonna email y'all tomorrow because we'll be here for an hour. We're not gonna do that tonight.
And they have my questions. I'll be following up.
Well, we appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. I know it's late, but board members, please reach out for any other questions. Y'all know their email. You know where they work. Okay. Thank y'all.
You.
All right, board members, we are now going to get to 7A2, Global Language and Culture Annual Update. Yay! You're a board meeting, and you're almost, what time is it? Almost tomorrow. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and Dr. Gearing. I have our team member and colleague, our senior coordinator of our ESL services, Janie Kelly, here to assist on this particular presentation. And I'm really going to say she's going to do most of the presentation because she does a phenomenal job with this group. And so the purpose of our presentation today is to provide the Board of Trustees an annual update around our programs for our emergent bilingual students. And so this is required by Chapter 89 in the program. What you're going to see in this update includes program models, our enrollment data, performance data, and professional learning so that we ensure we're supporting staff. This slide is a very interesting slide because it shows the increase of enrollment of our emergent bilingual students over the past 6 years. Yes. So as you can see, we have had a significant increase in the enrollment of our emergent bilingual students. And so if you'll notice there, in the yellow, we have included our monitor year 1 and 2 students. So these are students who have exited the program but still require monitoring services from us. And so that you can see all of the students that are supported throughout these programs. And then I'm going to hand it over to Janie, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about who these students are.
Just kidding. Good evening. So LISD continues to grow in diversity of languages spoken. As you can see, we have over 65 plus languages represented by our students. Here is a list of the top 7 languages where we have 20 or more students across the district in any grade level that speak this language. Of these top 7 languages, Spanish and Arabic are the only 2 languages where TEA offers a bilingual teacher certification pathway. So this is a wonderful representation of the diversity in our district. English as a second language is one of the services that we offer in all our campuses to students who qualify as emergent bilingual. This is a program where students access content through linguistic support, specifically in English language arts. We also offer adult ESL courses through our partnership with Community Action of Central Texas. These courses are offered in the evenings to our greater Leander ISD community, as well as partnership in collaboration with our Parents as Teachers program during the day. So emergent bilingual, additionally, we also have Leander ISD implements a dual language bilingual education model where curriculum is developed and accessed in both English and Spanish to all our qualifying emergent bilingual students, early childhood through 8th grade, with the goals of academic excellence, biliteracy, and bilingualism. This program is offered at multiple campuses within communities in the district to qualifying students, as well as opt-in students who are seeking a bilingual education pathway. TEA requires 120 hours of summer learning for incoming kindergarten and first grade students who participate in ESL and dual language. And this year, we welcomed 388 4- and 5-year-olds. This summer provided opportunities for each student to have experiential STEM learning and STEM-based activities. And also all students who participated were given an inquiry-based learning day in partnership with the Thinkery Museum in Austin. Every emergent bilingual student who is in kinder through 12th grade participates in the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System, also known as TELPAS, and are tested annually in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The slides previously presented showed students who are in monitor years 1 and 2, and in order to reclassify from emergent bilingual to English proficient, they must meet advanced high in every domain as one of the exit reclassification criteria. This test specifically assesses linguistic growth in the areas of listening, speaking, reading, and writing by using the English Language Proficiency Standards, also known as the ELPS.
And so what you'll see here is data from 2021 to 21-22. Again, in order to see the data for 22-23, we're waiting for that data to be released through accountability. But if you're looking at this, this is showing the number of students that grew at least one or more proficiency level in those 4 domains that Janie just talked about. And so you can see how our Leander ISD students compared to the Region 13 and our state students and growing in their proficiency levels.
And of course, all of this can't be done without our wonderful teachers. And in order to support our emergent bilingual students, we have robust professional learning. One of these opportunities is the ESL Academy, which offers 3 days of professional learning to equip our teachers with the tools and strategies to successfully take and pass the ESL certification exam. The past 3 years, over 400 teachers have accessed this opportunity. Our ESL and dual language campuses, as well as district staff and leadership, have attended many have presented at regional and state conferences to support instructional practices for emergent bilingual students. In fact, next month, staff from our dual language team will be presenting on instructional rounds and project-based learning at the National Conference La Cosecha. Yes, very exciting. As you can see, we have a variety of embedded professional learnings all throughout the district. So we also host collaboration and engagement evenings with families of emergent bilingual students, including program nights, multicultural storyteller events, family heritage evenings, and dual language community nights. Highlighted here are images from dual language and ESL family collaboration evenings, as well as experts from General Motors reflecting on app development with our dual language middle school Spanish for students. Students throughout Leander ISD have opportunities to share about their cultures and their journeys. Examples highlighted here are from Reed Elementary and Vandergrift High School. Students at Vandergrift created mandalas sharing information about their home countries, their journey, their student experiences here in Leander ISD, as well as their hopes and dreams for the future. Thank you.
And this is just part of the programs that are part of our global languages and cultures. That team also provides our translation services for our district, as well as our world languages. And so you heard Janie reference our Spanish 4 students, and so we do have AP Spanish in some of our middle schools as well to meet the needs of our students there. So thank you for.
Board members, do you have any questions? Trish, I know it's okay. You can ask one. No, you're good. Thank you so much. I do have some other questions, but we'll do it offline. Mine's more into the data, and so I would love to get with you next week just to kind of dig into that data. So we appreciate you. Thank you all. All right, board members, we're just going to keep rocking and rolling. Now we have 7A3. Brenda, community-based accountability, part 2. And good morning. All right, y'all take it away whenever you're ready.
Great. So we are excited to share our second portion of our community-based accountability report for 2022-23. You may remember that we were here just a couple of weeks ago, I think it was October the 5th, and we shared data and we shared our story around empowered student learning and equitable access, goals 1 and 4. So tonight we will focus on goals 2, 3, and 5 with our empowered staff, impactful family engagement, and our safe and innovative learning environments. So just a couple of weeks ago, we had the pleasure of meeting with our community-based accountability committee that consists of parents, community members, staff, and students. And we did some learning about really what is a community-based accountability system. And one of their questions they dug into was, why do we as a district engage in this? And so this is some of their actual responses from that committee, from that learning that evening. And so you can see that it shows to me that our committee is really focusing and saying, we have so much more life and story in Leander ISD for our district campuses, especially for our students. And so this really shows that. So we want to look at tonight our goals of 2, 3, and 5. And for anybody who is viewing tonight, if you have any further interest in our community-based accountability system, please go to our website, and we have purpose on there, we have a video, we have our report, and you can always reach out to me and I'll be happy to chat.
All right, so the first couple of slides are empowered staff, and the first key question is to what degree we're attracting, growing, and retaining first-rate employees committed to Leander. So I'm going to go from left to right on this slide, and as you can see, the 2.1 speaks to the questions we ask on the UT engagement survey each year. As you can see, we made significant progress in each of these areas that go to the values and principles and culture that employees are committed to. Top right, we have the teacher turnover, which we've been talking about, very, very good progress, going from 21% to 17%. Also, great gains in the teacher years 0 through 5. Last year it was 35%, or the year before was 35%, and this year it was 21%. So saw huge gains in our retention of the 0 to 5 year teachers. And in addition, also saw gains in the SPED turnover rate, SPED teacher turnover rate, from 22% to 19%. So very, very pleased with the direction the turnover rate is going. Also, with the board support and commitment, we were able to increase special education stipends by $1.8 million, and then also added the new employee sign-on incentives. We also continue to have our prospective principal and aspiring administrator academies, as well as our prospective counselor program and special education academy to continue to grow our current employees. All right, so second key question is how staff feel valued and connected to their campus or department. Again, going left to right, saw great gains on our UT engagement survey questions that address this area, with 5% gain is the greatest increase on people feeling that their contributions are valued at work. On the right, you just see lots of efforts, intentional efforts, going to show appreciation and celebrations of our staff with a staff spotlight, Dr. Gearing's listening sessions that have given us lots of great feedback on things that we can improve on within the district, and then of course the different appreciation days and weeks for different groups, and then can't go without saying the Leaf Grant Patrol providing contributions to our outstanding teachers and staff doing great work in the classrooms.
All right, good evening, members of the board, or good morning, members of the board. Christina Hardy with School and Community Relations, and I will be talking about impactful family engagement. When we can reflect on the last year, it has been a real fun experience just looking at what we've been able to accomplish over the last year. It's been a year that we've been able to shine. So taking a look at this key question, we're looking at our positive relationships and by demonstrating mutual respect for diverse perspectives. So you take a look at the data, and collectively, when you look at that on the granular level of how we are operating between students and teachers and parents, year over year from 21-22 to 22-23, we are seeing that incremental rise in how teachers are responsive, responsible, respective, and positive. I just want to say that the overall theme for what we wanted to capture in 22-23 was building trust. It was centered around trust and how do we establish that again after everything that we experienced in the years before. And so, and you can see that we are making marked change and progress in that area. But what we as a district face, again, this is sort of captures that granular level, but as the district faces a much bigger challenge of building relationships with that same depth of trust. So we've mentioned before this idea of the proximity principle. You're much more likely to develop relationships of trust when you're in a close physical environment, and that becomes increasingly more difficult at the district level. So, for example, you're more than likely to create a relationship with your next door neighbor than you would a stranger across town. And so that's very, very similar to what we're experiencing with a district the size of 200 square miles. And so that's what we were trying to overcome looking at the last school year. So what better way to build trust than to have 2 elections, huh? So we held an election in the fall, our ace invader, and a bond election in the spring. And it was a time when we could try something different. We knew that we had the basis and the backbone of really strong district communication, but we enabled and empowered our staff to be able to go and do our district presentations, engage with our staff, our PTAs, our boosters. And while that was done in years prior, our strategy went beyond that. We did community events, we held town hall meetings, we held virtual meetings. The effort was stepped up a notch in the same way that we were showing here on that granular level. From the district level, we were showing how responsible, respectful, and positive we were. And I think the results showed that. I think that it affirmed that we were meeting this level of trust. All of our elections passed, and our bond propositions passed by convincingly over 60%. And that margin, to me, doesn't just show approval, that's voter confidence. And so that's a reflection of what our voters are telling us, is that we trust that you are going to do what you say you're going to do. Okay, so moving on to slide 2. So to the degree our families feel welcomed and a sense of belonging. Thank you, the magic touch. So this family involvement dimension, again, you can see the increase in percentage in that and how we're making progress in this area. And what I see here when I take a look at that data around communication and family involvement, I think it comes down to providing these opportunities for our parents to get involved with organizations like the PTA and our watchdogs, our booster clubs, our literacy partners, our mentorship programs, this robust cadre of all of these things that our parents can get involved in. But I think that when you begin to look at it, that's really just a gateway into getting involved at a much deeper level. So then you can see yourself elevating, engaging at a higher point when you're involved in district committees or being nominated to Leadership LISD, which we were able to revive in the last year, so which is another big success story for us when it comes to family engagement. And so I think that when you look at engagement in the sense of tiers, there are a host of opportunities for us to continue this high level of meaningful engagement with the district that could lead to a collective voice and eventual advocacy for what we're doing at the district. Speaking of committees, we have a great success story that came out of Bond 2023 and that election when we included funding for our long-range plan and the consideration of our repurposing of schools. And so while some folks might not think that was such a great story, I actually do feel like the eventuation was very, very successful. We heard from our community loud and clear that they wanted to be a part of this process. We were tender to those calls, and now we have a robust long-range planning committee that consists of parents, teachers, staff, students, and our board members. So we can see how these things can come full circle when you really, really engage with our families. I did want to take this opportunity to point out some really interesting outcomes when you focus on two key focus areas intersect. So looking at empowered student learning and impactful family engagement, our dedication to deeper learning showcased in student portfolios is now giving parents this very unique engagement opportunity where parents are now able to take a look at all of the work that they're doing. And so it's very interesting to me to watch how our students are becoming teachers and our parents are becoming students. And now there's this collaborative way that we are all a part of this educational journey together. Again, what a testament to what engagement can really look like. So one focus area of improvement that we wanted to talk about is this idea of that welcoming environment, something that was brought to our attention last year and that we're going to move forward in this work. And it has to deal with the engaging with parents on campuses during the school day. Now, because of safety and security issues, many campuses have varying degrees of when and how a parent can come to a child's campus. So we've included this as a part of our strategic plan to offer ways to really take a deep dive into it and offer opportunities and explore different ways just to balance the need for security on a campus, but also allow for those moments of impactful family engagement. Lastly, I do want to say that, Board, I'm appreciative of all the work that you do. I think you're a large component of successful, impactful family engagement. Your work on the committees is a testament to that, but also your willingness to walk in our schools and meet with our students and teachers through learning and action is key to that as well. And so I just wanted to say thank you for being a part of this goal area.
Okay, and for Goal 5, Jason, Brian, and I are here to talk to you about Goal 5, the safe and innovative learning environment. And so key question 1 looks at the degree that our learning environments promote a sense of belonging and ensure each and every learner feel included, accepted, and safe. We know that safety is a huge priority for us, especially right now in our schools. And so the student voice is a huge part of that. So our students need to feel safe so that they can access their learning in their classrooms. And so this is survey data, comparison from last year to this year. So this, or 2 years ago to this past year. So you can see the blue is the prior year and the green is just this past year. There are 2 questions you'll notice that just have a percentage for this past year, and those are new questions or modified questions from the prior year. So you can see here that in elementary, our students are indicating that they do feel safe at school, they feel accepted and valued, and not only are they respected by students, but they're also respected by staff on their campuses. There are many things that our elementary campuses as well as secondary that I'll talk about in the next slide that they are doing to help promote this sense of acceptance and belonging on their campuses. And a couple of those things that they're doing are positive office referrals, really making sure that we are not only just celebrating our students academically, but celebrating our students that are modeling that ethical behavior from our 10 ethical principles and recognizing students for that, as well as our second step learning that our elementary campuses are doing so that we can learn to engage with each other appropriately and understand social skills as we're interacting with others on campuses. And here is the secondary data for the safe and innovative learning environment. And you can see that it is, while it is not as quite as high as elementary, we are continuing to work in these areas and really seek feedback and unpack why are our students responding to the survey in this way. And so this will be some work that we're continuing to do. So you can see the comparison on the left from last year and the prior year, but we also felt it was important to look at the response percentage by middle school and high school. And those percentages are something that we are going to continue to work on because those are lower amounts of student voice and feedback than we would like to receive from our students.
And so this is our second year for making sure that our staff are trained in relational practices. And so relational practices are building relationships with other students from as well as teachers to students, making sure that we know how to interact with each other, our treatment agreements, making sure we're treating each other like we want to be treated. But very importantly, part of this process is when we make mistakes, because we all do, making sure that we can restore that and make that right with the person that we might have upset or that we didn't have a proper engagement with. So that's great training that we're engaging in. And one thing to point out is the level of student voice within our student clubs. So finding your spot to fit in, finding your people in secondary is really important. And so you can go on the websites and see the extensive lists of student-led clubs. So everybody has a spot and a place to fit in on campuses. So those are just a couple of the ways that we are supporting our students and making sure they feel included, valued, and safe on their campuses. And lastly, just recognizing our students. As we heard prior in this presentation, we're recognizing our staff for staff spotlights and appreciation weeks, but we're also recognizing our students, and you can see the examples for CTE there and Fine Arts Students of the Week.
Sorry, we had a lot of us up here. All right. So continuing on our safe and supportive school environment. So if you look at what we have here, we have all 3 levels with 4 questions, 2 of which were from last year. I feel safe on in my classroom, and I feel safe on outside of my classroom. I really think that the work that we've done over the past couple of years around safety and security, especially last year, installing our first time for our protocols for our interior doors, classroom doors being locked and closed, our exterior door sweeps, all of those protocols were installed last year. So I think you see there was a 3% and 5% gain in those 2 areas on that inside and outside of our classroom. We're continuing that work thanks to our community for approving our bonds, and we have some grants. You'll see the list of safety enhancements there on the right that are all ongoing based on those 2 things. So, and we've talked about those before. I really appreciate our campuses and all of our staff and their due diligence about working through our protocols and supporting and enforcing our own protocols so that our kids feel safe while they're at school. We do have 2 new questions that were added for this year, one around free of incidents of bullying and one around free of incidents of alcohol and drugs. Now, clearly, these numbers, we have some work to do in those areas. And so as we have relooked and revamped, we did install some things this year with House Bill 3 on e-cigarettes. We continue to work with our Whole Child Initiative. We also are working with our counseling department, SHAC committee, to look at potentially alcohol and drug curriculum that we can enhance. Last year we did install back in our high schools for our 9th graders that drug and alcohol prevention and awareness session. So this gives us a baseline and definitely lets us know that we have areas of growth that we can work towards. In the picture there, I don't know if you remember our summit that we held last year. I thought that was good. We continue to work with our safety team around that. And then remember last year, our SHAC committee, we focused on fentanyl awareness and installed those into our lessons as well. So we'll continue to work towards those 2 new questions to get hopefully some movement in those 2 areas. Now Jason's going to talk on innovation.
Good morning. So we're going to cover key question number 2. To what degree do we design the physical learning environment, including technology and tools to promote student and teacher success? So first off, we've got interactive flat panels. We are happy to announce that the RFP is out right now. So hopefully we'll get lots of feedback, and we will continue to answer questions from vendors. We have 12 evaluators on the RFP. 7 of them are campus teachers, instructional coaches, and principals that will be scoring the RFP. I don't know if that's a first, hopefully it is. We want them to have a lot of feedback on what panels we're going to select. Studies have shown that students in classes that utilize interactive flat panels are often more engaged and more attentive. So teachers doing a fantastic job, but we're going to get those ugly projectors out of there. So that will be very helpful. Bright Bytes data is also used. That captures data from both the teacher and the student lens. Bright Byte uses the CASE framework, which is classroom access, skills, and environment, to measure outcomes and provide a score based on how we are doing as a district. Maker spaces. So I think the 2021 bond had dollars to purchase 3D printers to be able to help students with video making, learning to code with robots, designing with Tinkercad as part of 3D printing as well. And then we've got the Empowered Learning Institute is currently in its second year. This is where campus staff learn about edu protocols. Are you all familiar with edu protocols? Well, I'm not the person to tell you about that. That would be Lee. So I sat in on a few of them. They are amazing. So they create student-centered learning focused on critical thinking. See, I had to wake everyone up. Collaboration, communication, and creativity. All of these are included in our graduate profile. We are doing a lot of other projects as well, and I love technology, and we like to help students and teachers.
Board members, do you have any questions?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you. I don't have to tell anybody in this room that the public education climate is not great right now. So for us to see that we're making such impressive gains in almost every single area that y'all are looking at is really amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. All right, board members, we are now to 7B2, announcement for board continuing education credits, and I will be reading a book. Okay, under the State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As presiding officer, I'm required to announce the names of each board member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or the 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board members continuing education. Local district orientation, those are for first-year board members. Orientation to the Texas Education Code, first-year board members. Post-legislation update to the Texas Education Code. Team building, additional continuing education. Evaluation student academic performance and setting goals. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. School safety. To the extent of the applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to required training. Local district orientation. The following first-year board members have completed the local district orientation. Orientation Texas Education Code. The following first-year board members have completed the Orientation Texas Education Code. Paul Gutierrez, Francesca Romans. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code for each legislative session. First-year board members are not required to complete this training. The following board members have completed the post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashikon, Francesca Romans. Team building training. Dr. Gearing and the following board members have completed the annual team building training. Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashikon, Paul Gutierrez, Francesca Romans. Evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. The following board members have completed the biannual training of evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashikon, Paul Gutierrez, and Francesca Romans. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. The following board members have completed their biannual training of identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashikon, Paul Gutierrez, and Francesca Romans. School safety. The following board members have completed the biannual training on school safety. Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashikon, Paul Gutierrez, Francesca Romans. Additional continuing education. The following board members have exceeded the additional continuing education requirements. Gloria Gonzalez-Valaquia, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Bode, Sade Fashkun, Paul Gutierrez, and Francesca Romans. This concludes the annual announcement regarding the continuing education of board members for the current reporting period. Board members, thank you for doing your job. I would just like to say for the audience that is listening, when we go to our TASB events, when we go to, we do TASB online, this is how we get our credit. So thank you, board members, for doing your job. All right, board, and now we are going to go to 7.3C, consider approval of the Early Childhood Center architect. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
It's been a while since we've said that. Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gehring, excuse me, y'all did approve the Bond Oversight Committee recommendation to utilize repurposing funds to build the Early Childhood Center, and so we're proposing an architect to do the design process, and we're recommending O'Connell Robertson to do that design and recommending approval tonight.
I move that the board approve O'Connell Robertson for the design of the proposed Early Childhood Center on the Halsey property, that the project be funded from the repurposing of facilities monies in the 2023 bond program, and that the superintendent or designee be authorized to negotiate and execute the appropriate contracts.
Second.
We have a motion from Francesca, a second from Christine. Any discussion?
I just have a quick question. Jimmy, this does include a design charrette for our parents,
Definitely.
community,
Yes.
teachers, like for them to work
All
on.
the stakeholders, definitely. It's very important to do that with this process,
Absolutely.
this project.
Thank you.
And is this, are they part of the rotation of architects that we normally use, or this is different?
This was out of the architect pool that we have through the district, and we picked them out of that to do this project.
All right, thanks.
All right, board members, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes. Thanks, Jimmy. Don't go yet. Next, board members, we're going to go to 7C4. Consider approval of a construction delivery method for the Early Childhood Center.
Yes, this is, Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gehring. This is to start the process to or select a construction manager at risk. By code, we have to have you select the delivery method that we'll be using, and we're recommending the CM at risk process. And so we just need approval for us to do the process, rank them, and bring back a recommendation.
I move that the board approve the one-step construction manager at risk, CMAR method, for the proposed Early Childhood Center so that administration can receive and rank the proposals and bring back a recommendation to the Board of Trustees for approval.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, a second from Christine. Any discussion, board members? No discussion, so we're going to need a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes. All those opposed? 1. 5-1. Motion passes. Thanks, Jimmy. And now, board members, we're going to go to 7C5, consider approval of capital project fund budget amendment. Hey, Pete.
Pete?
Good morning, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. Tonight we have before you a capital projects amendment we have remaining bond funds from 2007, 2017. The projects are substantially complete. We are asking that you approve us moving just under $2.2 million of remaining bond funds for these projects to the bond project savings. And then if there is any need for these funds in the future, they will go back through the bond oversight committee and then back to the Board of Trustees.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the closing of the 2007 and 2017 bond projects as presented and moving $2,179,785 to project savings.
I second.
We have a motion from Trish, a second from Francesca. Any discussion, board members? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? No. Motion passes 6-0. All right, Pete, you're up again. 7C6, consider approval of the purchase of attendance credit.
All right, as part of being a district that is deemed property wealthy, each year we have to the Board of Trustees have to approve the attendance credit purchased from the Texas Education Agency as part of that process. In years prior, this is not anything new. Last year was kind of the anomaly just because of the amount of recapture we had was far exceeded the amount of state funding that we had. So this year we are, with the compression with Senate Bill 2 and the compression of our M&O tax rate, our recapture payment has gone from about 46 million 22-23 to about 9.6 million this year is forecasted. So we should have about 30 million in state funding, so we are in a position where we can go back to kind of how we used to do things, which should be able to be netted against the state funds. So in order to do that, we're asking the Board of Trustees to A, approve the agreement with the Texas Education Agency for the attendance credit purchase, as well as delegate the authority to the superintendent to enter into this agreement and contractually bind the district only for the purpose of the purchasing attendance credits. We have a little lengthy motion on this one. Typically, we probably, in normal years, this probably would have just been done on a consent agenda item. However, due to the fact that we wanted to make sure we were very transparent and delegating the authority to the superintendent, we decided to move this off of that and do it as its own action item.
Quick question. So this is from our ACE election last year, right? And then being able to make the payments of recapture? That's what this is about?
Yeah, basically, really, the ACE election is only because we actually had to pay money back to the state. So the ACE election is good forever.
Sure.
If we ever get back in a position where our recapture payment exceeds the state funding, because of this year with the Senate Bill 2 compressing our tax rates, our recapture payment is actually less than our state funding. So this allows us to say, hey, state, instead of you giving us 30 million and we're giving you 9.6 back, you can just net it and give us 21.4 or 20.4, sorry. So that's what that allows us to do.
Sure. Okay. I move the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit for the 2023-2024 school year, and further move that the board delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code TC 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC Section 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit for the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, netting Chapter 48 funding.
I second.
We have a motion from Sade, a second from Francesca. Is there any discussion, board?
Yeah.
All right, we need a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? No opposed. Motion passes 6-0. Thanks, Pete. All right, last one, y'all. 7C7, monthly budget reports.
Members of the board, tonight we have four of our monthly reports. We have the monthly bond status report, which has the bonds of 2017, 21, and 23. Each of those report is on the following page. I don't have anything really particular on that bond, on that report, but just wanted to let you know that's what is there. We also have the monthly financial reports. Again, I don't have anything out of the norm on that report. The monthly investment report, just to highlight, we earned about $1.8 million in interest for the month of September, and the rates are expected to remain fairly consistent throughout the year, so that would probably be fairly standard. And then the last report we have is the monthly tax collection report, and for the fiscal year 23, we collected 99.57% of our tax levy, which was 0.011 less than the prior year, which was 99.68. And we do believe that the majority of that is due to a change in the law that allows individuals to file late on their homestead exemptions. So we had a little over 600,000 in late exemptions granted.
Board members, if you have any questions or concerns, please get with Pete on those agenda items. Board members, I want to remind you, please don't forget your hot dots. Please do it. And your board meeting debrief. It is 12:41 a.m. and we have no further business. This meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Thank y'all so much. Good morning.